The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
The third leg of the Grand Chess Tour is underway at the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz in Zagreb, Croatia. The very best in the world are ready to showcase their Rapid and Blitz prowess for their adoring fans. French phenom Alireza Firouzja is the clear leader, winning 2 of his games and drawing the other. With a 4-way tie for second, he will hope to build on his early lead. But the story of the day was reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen's return to the tour and the breaking news that he will not defend his world title, leaving the chess world buzzing. What excitement will today's rounds bring? Day 2 of Rapid Chess, coming up next.
Welcome to round 2 of the Grand Chess Tour. We're in the most romantic part of the city center in Zagreb, and romantic chess is what we expect from our players in the Rapids. To call all of today's action, let's go to the studio with Cristian, Miro, and Yasser.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the 2022 Grand Chess Tour, the one in Zagreb, Croatia. What a day we had yesterday. We are in day 2 and we're here in St. Louis to call all of the action about the Zagreb event. Hello everyone, I'm Yasser, Miro. It was a lot of fun yesterday. We had a remarkable day. Your thoughts on day 1?
Yeah, my first thought is they picked the wrong player. I have to say, yeah, that those guys made me pick the player. Apparently it was a wrong pick, but overall, of course, a lot of exciting chess behind, and I believe more in front of us.
To come, yeah.
And one very, very, I don't know, big statement from the world champion.
Exactly. It was, in fact, a stunning announcement on International Chess Day as Magnus Carlsen abdicated his throne as the world champion, saying he's not going to compete in the World Championship match, but yes, he's going to compete a lot in the chess world. But after day 1, 3 rounds, let's go to the standings. Miro, do the honors, please. Who's on top?
Yeah, on top we have Alireza Firouzja, the youngest player who could have been on 100% score. But anyway, 5 out of 6, very impressive. Then tied for the second is Magnus Carlsen himself, Wesley So, Vachier-Lagrave, and surprisingly, Jordan van Foreest, another young gun in this tournament.
I'm seeing a lot of decisive results here. How many decisive games did we have in our day 1 count?
Well, more than a half. And after that, they say chess is a draw.
Exactly. Well, tell us about the format.
Yeah, format is pretty standard for those Rapid and Blitz events. So 10 players round robin. Rapid games takes us 25 minutes plus 10 seconds for each player.
Right.
Then Blitz, which we'll have over weekends, is 5 minutes plus 2 seconds. No draw offers. Rapid games counts twice as many points as the Blitz games. And that's about it for the format.
And our schedule.
Well, 3 rounds are played each day in Rapid, so today we're going to have round 4 to 6.
Right.
Yeah, 3 last rounds tomorrow, and then on Saturday and Sunday there will be 2 round-robin blitzes.
Wonderful. Playoffs, if necessary, on a Sunday. We're very fortunate, as always, to have Cristian. Hi, my friend. Good to see you. Who are today's gladiators?
Good morning, guys. Always a pleasure to see you. Always a pleasure to be here in the studio with you guys, casting the games of the best chess players on the planet that we have here at the Grand Chess Tour. And what a day filled with excitement yesterday was. But let's take a look at the standings and which players impressed me the most. And I have to go with the young guns. That is Alireza Firouzja and Jordan van Foreest. I have to say, Jordan van Foreest started blazing hot with with 2 victories. Alireza as well could have easily been on a perfect score if he wouldn't have missed his opportunity against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And chess is a young person's game for sure. Only 19 years of age for Alireza, 23 for Van Foreest. And let's take a look at their illustrious careers as well and where they stand. Well, he's 19 years of age, very, very young. URS rating 2773. He is a full Grand Chess Tour participant. We've seen him in Romania as well. Unfortunately for him, he didn't play as well, and he will definitely be looking for a rebound in this tournament. 2021 FIDE Grand Swiss winner as well. That is the tournament that qualified him to the candidates. He is also the youngest ever 2800 FIDE rated player in the world, beating Magnus' record. Well, that's just simply impressive. And I remember that performance at the European Team Championship that propulsed him into the stratosphere at 2800. And let's take a look at Van Foreest as well. Well, this young Dutchman is just simply impressive, and already what a career he's had. 23 years of age, 2668. He is hailing from the Netherlands, and he is the 2016 Dutch champion. He also won the Tata Steel, as well as being a second for Magnus Carlsen in preparation for his World Championship match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Just 2 very impressive young guns that we have. And we also have our friends in Croatia. What's the atmosphere there, guys?
Thank you, Christian, and welcome everyone to Zagreb. We are your in-person commentators. I'm Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez here with woman Grandmaster Anastasia Karlovich. Anastasia, we had such a day yesterday, as you guys mentioned. Alireza is number 1 player in this tournament so far, but that's not what people were talking about yesterday.
Yeah, they were talking mostly about Magnus Carlsen, who decided not to play in the World Championship match anymore. So we made an interview yesterday. Yes, Alejandro, you managed to catch him.
We had a moment to catch with the world champion. Let's see what he had to say. You're not defending your world title. Does it feel lighter? How do you feel?
No, it's okay. I mean, I've been in this mindset now for over a year. So obviously, it's you know, when it's official, it feels a bit weird, but I'm fine with that. I'll continue to play a bunch and then try and do as well as I can.
Tell us a little bit what this means to you as a player. Will you be as competitive? Are you still trying to get to new heights, or are you slowing down a bit?
No, I mean, I think for a few years now I haven't been as competitive as I used to be, but I still want to play chess and I still want to do well. It's just I'm perhaps not quite as, you know, I don't have quite the same drive, but that doesn't mean I'm going to play a lot worse.
Anastasia, the world champion, seemed cool, calm, collected. He seemed happy. You've been to all his world championships, and you think he was a bit emotional.
Yes, I think he was emotional actually yesterday. And also the fact that in these rounds photos from the previous World Championship matches perhaps shows that he was actually not in the best mood. And he said to you that it feels weird. Today he's going to play with Alireza Firouzja in the first round of the second day, and I wonder how the game will be. And actually, I think Alireza is the one who is the one to blame that Magnus is not playing in the World Championship matches.
That's right. I agree. Remember that Magnus mentioned that he will be motivated to play a new generation, but that didn't come to pass. Alireza didn't do so well in the candidates, and now we're going to have a new world champion in 2023. But before that, we have tons of chess, 3 rapid games ahead of us, and as you mentioned, a headliner to start the day. Guys, let's go back to the studio. Let's call all of the action.
Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you, Alejandro. And indeed, Miro, please lay the table for our audience and tell them what we can expect in round 4 of the Rapids.
What did we hear from Zagreb? Carlsen is motivated to play Firouzja. Here you have it.
Yes.
In round 4, Magnus Carlsen will have the white pieces against Alireza Firouzja. So Firouzja is the first Magnus tied for the second, right? The other pairs are MVL is playing one Foreest, another two
Key
players
matchup.
tied for the second. Saric faces Wesley So, and So is the last of those tied for the second, right? Nepo faces Dominguez, and Topalov, who's yet to score his first point in Zagreb, is facing Mamedyarov.
Very young Firouzja, looking very relaxed. He's coming with different shirts. Yesterday it was the NBA.
The style is very similar, though. He
Yeah.
loves this. I think it's a Nike shirt. I don't want to brand it.
We're going to have to speculate. But they've obviously been fighting very hard. What are they fighting for, Miro?
Well, they're fighting for tons of money, Yasser. So
Nice.
first prize is $40,000, second one being 30, third 25, and so on and so forth.
Lovely. And there you see also the Grand Chess Tour points. The player who leads or wins the Grand Chess Tour, there's a very nice pool of money as well. If you win clear first, Miro, 13
very
points.
important.
A tie gets you a playoff, and then you're going to split the Grand Chess Tour points. And as we get started for this round 4, I thought you had to. Oh, that's a beautiful stage, by the way.
Yeah, that's
It
splendid playing.
It really looks nice. And there's the world champion.
Running. is he running late?
And this is the matchup that Magnus said he wanted for the World Championship. Firouzja did not perform very well. In fact, we know that Nepo was the challenger and Ding Liren.
I have to say, his decision to not participate in World Championship title matches was so impactful, and I can only imagine how impactful it was for the players as well. We know Jan Nepomniachtchi, we heard from him yesterday with Alejandro, and he seemed disappointed, definitely. But also Alireza, I mean, he, at 19 years of age, definitely was looking forward to the chance of potentially taking the title away from the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. Now he doesn't have, at least as things stand at the moment, he doesn't have that chance anymore. Will that impact him in any way? What do you guys think?
Maybe something about that motivation of playing the greatest player of the generation of the time certainly is a motivating factor, as the players are playing Blitz or Rapids, Miro. They came out guns blazing, and a Catalan, G3, Bishop G2. No Nimzos with Knight C3. Do we play?
Bishop
no,
B7,
no
not Bishop
B4
B4.
check?
Yeah, well, somehow they, they have their own fashion on the very high level, right?
Exactly.
Because Bishop B4 used to be this check, used to be like super solid for years.
Right. It was
And
the
then-
standard, I
Yeah,
would say.
and there is no clear answer why they stopped, but for some reason they stopped. Okay, at least Alireza
And then
is
the
not...
open Catalan?
I guess we're going for one of
Takes.
the most topical lines of the Catalan. Yeah, Bishop to C6 now, Bishop to F4, Bishop to G5.
The most fashionable one, I would argue, is the B5 move instead of A6 move, right?
Yes.
The one that was
Yes.
played by, I mean, was played in the World Championship match and so on. I think was discovered by Grishuk, and then like everybody picked it up.
Exactly. Exactly.
But in recent months, I think it became quite difficult to play, at least for black, just because it gives white that extra pawn. You mean the pawn sacrifice,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Yeah, the pawn sacrifice, and then it seems like white is getting as much as they usually want to get out of these type of positions, no risks whatsoever, and it does seem like that doesn't please players with the black pieces.
I noticed that as far as the world champion is concerned, you know, it's kind of funny when you think about these world champions, how they mature and change their styles. But at one time, Anatoly Karpov was 1E4, and you know, just that was it. That was how he became world champion. That was how he kept his championship with 1E4. He gravitated, I want to say, towards being a D4 player. And then you had Vladimir Kramnik, who was the high priest of the Catalan, and it goes through these ups and downs.
Yeah,
Miro.
with Kramnik, it was really strange situation, because usually you would expect that someone, you know, like young, high spirit plays like sharp chess and so on. And to Kramnik happened, I think what happened to Kramnik was quite the opposite.
Right.
So he was very solid. He basically beat Kasparov by in a way boring him to death with,
Right.
with
Berlin
Berlin
and-
defense and so on. And recent years before retirement, Kramnik was fire on board.
Right.
Pardon to borrow the name of Shirov's book, but
Exactly. I always like that as you see the scholastics players, and it was very nice in my generation, probably yours as well. Everybody was playing E4, Joko pianos, and fried liver attacks and two knights. Now you go to these world championships, they start very carefully, knight of 3, G3, bishop G3. What's the current state of theory in this very topical line, Christian?
Well, a lot of games, obviously. In this position, you can take a couple of routes. Obviously, knight takes d4 might actually be a threat in the position, so you have to deal with that. e3 is one of the ways. Knight to d2 to target the bishop on e4 is another one of those ways. Knight to d2 followed by bishop to g6. This is the main topical line. It does seem like white is scoring quite well. So let's wait and see what Alireza has in store for us. This is what I'm seeing from Alireza. I'm seeing a player that is definitely transitioning to a much more theoretical style. We haven't known Alireza as a very theoretical player in his uprising, all the way from like 2700 to 2800. But now that he's playing all these elite level tournaments, and he's no longer playing 2650s, 2700s, which he has to beat in order to achieve that 2800 rated level. Well, right now he had some problems in the candidates. This is what we're seeing from him. He's becoming much more of a theoretical player, and I'm really enjoying this phase that we're seeing right now from him.
All right, thank you for that. As we await Firouzja's response, I'm just going around the playing hall, checking out our other marquee matchup in the game between MVL and Jordan van Foreest. Funnily enough, the most classical of all the Caro-Cans. I relate this line of play actually all the way back to the 1920s in Capablanca. You seem to have taken a shine to White's setup, this so-called reverse Queen's Gambit decline Carlsbad setup with bishop on d3, bishop on f4, bishop g5, queen b3. And in those days, it was like knight a5 was the go-to move variation. These days, queen d7 is a very topical line, and the idea is that people were afraid of this knight f3, bishop d6, knight e5 variation, and later it was determined that it was rather toothless, strangely enough, and so they stopped being worried about it. We'll see if MVL has brought anything very special. Our other player who is in this, as you said, the tie for second, was the game between Ivan Saric, the Croatian representative, and Wesley So. These days, again, I'm seeing a lot of these very early h6, g5 variations, and each one has a nuance that if you're not careful, you could end up being just not worse, lost. You're like just lost, and or vice versa. You could walk into a variation and it's gone.
Yeah, Yasser, this h6, g5, well, it's not literally, but they say I would be kicked from the Soviet chess school, right? Like if I would play the combination of moves, especially like castling short and then playing h6, g5.
Right, as black.
As black, yeah. And now every second game of Joko pianos or this anti-Berlins, you are getting this.
Exactly. And again, if you go back to my scholastic days, we all love to kind of put this sacrifice on the board, this kind of a binding pressure where we would get queen f3, because it's sort of like nobody knew how to defend.
Yeah, nowadays they know. Right?
Nowadays they do know, but no sacrifices by Ivan Saric, bishop g3, knight h5, knight d2, queen f6 on the board. And again, my mind turns to mush in such positions because I've seen so many games with these little different move orders. It's hard to keep track of every nuance. Let's put it like that. Let's just continue and see the game between Nepo, Linear. This is painful. This looks like absolutely
Nothing.
Nothing. Thank you for stealing my thunder.
That one is nothing.
It has to be a Petrov. Nobody can dent the Petrov these days. Whether Nepo was.
Yeah, wait a second. Nepo is the one playing Petrov.
But also Dominguez.
And Lanier as well, as Thabby did, also play the Petrov.
Lanier actually recently had some pretty decent results with the Petrov. We remember the American Cup against Levon Aronian.
Right.
He won in a classical game, and he could have easily won in a rapid game as well with the black pieces. So he's definitely feeling very confident in his approach. But take a look at what's happening in the Mamedyarov game, guys. Mamedyarov versus Topalov, or Topalov versus Mamedyarov, is just a ridiculous Grunfeld that we see in the position right now.
That's kind of old sharp line.
Yes. Right. Yeah, this was the old stuff, and I remember working actually a little bit with Roman Djindji-Hashvili, a blast from the past on this variation. I think our main move, if I recall accurately, was Queen H4.
Queen H4 is one of them. Bishop to D7 is another one of them. I think Queen H4 is probably the more topical one.
Exactly.
We haven't seen a reply from Mamedyarov, which is a little bit concerning. But this F3 definitely went out of fashion for whatever reason. It was in fashion 5-6 years ago. Then it completely went out of fashion. And it seems like Topalov is trying to revive it right now.
And I recall Shakriar actually playing a very controversial game in this variation. Controversial because if it's the same variation that I am ascribing it to, he was disenchanted with his opponent. He felt that his opponent was not fair, shall we say.
Yeah.
But okay, well, definitely we'll keep an eye on this game. I want to go back to the game of Magnus Carlsen and Firouzja. We finally did get a move. It wasn't E3. It wasn't knight B2, D2. It was rook D1 by Magnus.
Yeah, in fact, rook D1 was played relatively quickly by Magnus, and it's Firouzja who's spending time. Yes.
Okay, 24 minutes.
Yeah,
for
24
Magnus?
minutes for Magnus, 20 left for Firouzja. So after rook D1,
he's on a 6 minute and 30 seconds think.
Wow, that's significant.
So he blitzed out
First
everything before that.
And now
rook
stop.
D1 caught
Rook
him by
D1.
surprise. You know what? The question could be, can I actually take the horse, the one on F3, not on B1?
Exactly.
Yeah, so that if
just
bishop takes,
ask
knight
the question.
takes D4, yeah. And I'm
Okay.
trying to...
Obviously, you think to yourself, the knight's in a nice pin, and I will just capture the pawn on B7 until you realize that bishop takes B7, knight E2 is going to
knight E2,
hurt your feelings.
So the problem with that could be King G2 move, right?
Exactly.
And
So
the pin stays, and the knight's in trouble, as well as the B7 pawn.
But is it the end of the whole story?
Yeah,
because
that's the question.
No, absolutely not. No, now you have to go C5.
Exactly.
And then E3 most likely has to be continued. Otherwise, you go queen to B6, and then your knight is free. Now knight to B3, and then we get this endgame.
Exactly.
And the question is, and I think this is what he's thinking about, how to assess this endgame.
Whoa.
He
By
took on
the
F3.
way, he did take on F3.
He took on F3, yes.
After a 7-minute thing, Miro?
7 minute thing, maybe even
Okay.
longer than that.
Well, and it's quite messy, right? I can try to take on D8. I could also try to play Queen C3 in this position, right?
You're right.
Queen
Queen
C3,
C2
Queen
would be
B6.
9A1 would
A1.
be, a bit of a bummer.
Queen C3, relying upon the bishop doing yeoman's work and attacking the queen.
So
Queen B6.
maybe?
Now you have Queen B6.
Oops, sorry, that was
protecting the knight. Yeah,
But hold on.
Even Queen
the
A5 might
story
actually work,
continues,
by the way.
right?
Queen
Queen B4.
And
These are the endgames that he's trying to understand how to assess.
I mean, it's crazy. The line just keeps
C4,
going on and on, and it's like
It's not the end.
It's the never-ending story, right? Because again, this guy is hanging, this guy is hanging.
Yeah.
If we take, we take.
Just on knight
If you
takes,
play C4,
Rook A4,
and then you have to We're not in novel territory for sure.
No.
This
Rook
has
to
happened.
D1 has been played quite a few times.
But-
Not as many times as Knight to D2 and E3, which were by far the main lines. But
Okay.
one player that caught my eye was David Howell. And we know David is working with Magnus, and he's been spending a lot of time with Magnus, so who knows, maybe he was an influence as well in his decision. Now, this feels like a rapid theoretical preparation from Magnus, because in a classical game, you're probably going to have enough time to figure things out. But in a rapid game, are you going to take the bull by the horns and take the pawn and let yourself be pinned like this? King to G2 was played the best move in the position, and now he has to follow with C5. And by the way, King to G2 seems to have been the novelty in this game.
That's a strange novelty, I must say, Miro. It's obviously the best move.
Yeah, and
How could it be a novelty?
Yeah, the one that you could play like in a second, right?
And here
C5
we
is
go.
on the board.
C7.
C7, C5 is played.
On the board, as we more or less expected. Now, our analysis went E3, because I like E3. Bishop takes B7 still doesn't feel like it's a clean return of the pawn. E3 feels like it's the most critical. Let's continue, shall we?
Yeah.
Knight B3. Again, the queen trade.
I think we're going to see the queen trade. Rook takes D8.
Sorry, rook. Yeah. You. Oh, pardon me. You think we will see?
We will
this?
see the queen trade. Yes.
Takes.
Yeah.
Knight D2. Give me your knight.
D3.
Yeah,
Knight
knight goes to
B3.
D3.
Give me your pawn.
Right, and do I play rook to A7 now?
Because the rook B8, my intention was to try to embarrass the knight with bishop takes.
That
and
A pawn feels a little
that
bit
Yeah,
A
the
pawn
A
feels
pawn is
like
dangerous.
it could be very, very dangerous. So your rook A7, however,
I don't want to give you the A pawn.
exactly.
Yeah, bishop goes back, right? Then maybe C6 if you're... Yeah, but F3 works, yeah. 3 works, and if you're trying to take on B2, what happens then?
Okay.
Rook to B1 feels once again a little bit threatening.
Rook to B1.
And maybe bishop to F4 at the end, once you cover.
Wow. Again, somebody has been burning the late night, midnight oil, I would say, because at the moment it's 2 pawns, and I'm not convinced that thanks to the move knight D7
Knight
or
D7,
E5,
yeah, you probably save it.
that I'm not happy. I'm kind of happy being 2 pawns ahead. Maybe I've been a little cavalier with.
Can we go back, actually?
Sure.
So after rook to B8,
Rook to B8. You
bishop
prefer.
to F8. No, in the line
Oh,
that we
in the
just saw.
Sorry. In this position with rook A7, Christian.
Right.
All right.
I was thinking about putting the knight on C4, and I wanted to ask you how you're going to get your knight out.
Knight
So
to
let's
C-
start with bishop to F4 first.
Okay. Can I hurt your feelings with E5?
You can try.
Probably can.
You can definitely try.
I feel that might be, but I liked what you were saying there a moment ago.
Maybe
knight
knight to
C4,
C4, yeah.
immediately.
C4. Gosh,
Well, it's kind of speculative. 2 pawns is 2
yeah,
pawns.
but if you'd look at knight c4 before you capture the pawn, I think, well, you don't have to calculate much. Just don't take on b7.
You like the
Play knight
lazy-
c4, and I'm claiming that white has at least sufficient compensation.
I
for
don't,
sure.
I
Like rook
don't.
d1, b7's hanging, I'll play a5 if needed. It feels like at least should be no risk for white.
And Magnus is thinking. So maybe he doesn't remember exactly where his preparation is going.
And in their head-to-head matchup, Miro.
Yeah, so 10 wins for Magnus, but 3 losses as well in rapid chess and 5 draws.
Once again, we can say the world champions dominating, but also being tickled on occasions too.
Yeah, and in case with Firouzja, you don't know in which order those things happen,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Because the man is very young.
Exactly.
And therefore, like, he could have lost 10 times and then beat 3 times in a row. And
Right.
then it changes the equation.
Exactly. Where is the trend, as we might say? But this is a very strange look there. I mean, these two
For
guys look
somebody,
like they're working on some math problem that they. Who starred in that movie? Who was the leading?
No, but seriously, like, obviously, you've seen Garry Kasparov at the board,
yes.
right? I mean, he would, you know, just like transmit the energy.
The
and
ferocity.
Yeah.
There was some kind of toxic radiation coming from Garry at times. And by the way, the other point is that even though Magnus is thinking, we went for a different line completely. We went down the avenue of rook takes d8, whereas just a moment prior, we were on queen c3,
And
queen
that was
b6.
also very interesting, yeah.
And also, exactly, a very...
I think we have e3 on the board.
Yeah,
E3
has to be
is
responded with
played,
knight
yeah.
b3.
Knight b3 is forced.
It's now comes the big moment. Do we play queen c3 or rook d8? Once more, I just wanted to see queen c3 because there's something about this one that also is attractive. I don't know. Queen b6, a5, queen b4. Queen b5 will be met by knight a3, and that was why I stopped.
But maybe I can include that, because you always wanted to go rook to a3. Maybe I can include queen b5,
maybe
knight
queen
a3, and
b5
then go queen b4.
Is in fact clever.
That is...
Yeah, so now you don't
it's
have
very
rook
strange because
a3.
you've helped me develop, but maybe I'm unhappy here because now the rook
Is under attack. Right, right. So maybe you have to go still rook to a3, but then I have c4, right?
exactly. And again, the queen is going to b5 and not to b4.
And I do think we have a move. No, we don't have a move yet by the world champion. He might be forced to go into the endgame, guys.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking as well. Maybe queen c3 turns out to be a bit of a dead end.
So let's try to figure that endgame out, because
Again,
that's going to be discussed. Rook takes d8.
Alireza, he's looking there like as if he's trying to remember all of his preparation.
It seems like both of them are doing,
They're doing they're doing their best in terms of portraying like what? How does this go? How does this go? So knight d2.
Yeah, well, there
Looks very
is some merit in
natural.
playing rook a3, but knight d2, no, I don't believe it. Knight d2 is the move.
Right.
If
Knight
anything,
d2, critical.
Look, for the moment, what happens that we have a close-up of the board. Magnus equaled in time with Firouzja, so apparently he was not expecting
Also
this knight
slowed.
d4 c5 thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he is facing the big decision. Is it queen c3 or rook d8?
Now, again, we're looking at a line of play where we capture on d8, and it's led us to this position where you, Mira,
well, I thought knight
were very
c4.
attracted to knight to c4. Now, always when I'm looking at these kinds of things, you know, what happens if I put the question? Go ahead and tell me what you'd like to do with your bishop.
Yeah, that's a good question.
If you do go to f4, I'll take on f4 and I'll just defend.
Yeah,
pawn
you'll
on-
be pawn up for game. Yeah.
That was my happiest living condition.
Yeah, fair enough. So I'll have to take on f6, but then
F6.
b2 is hanging now.
And
I mean, I'm
now-
probably not worse, but that's about the only achievement I have in this position.
Exactly. It doesn't feel like this gets somewhere. Christian, anything that we're missing that
No, I don't think so.
Magnus
No,
can,
Black should be fine in this position, very close to equality, and it does seem like both of these players kind of know it. It was more or less a speculative opening choice by Magnus, just allowing this bishop takes f3 and knight d4, hoping maybe that in a rapid chess, Alireza wouldn't take the bait. But this is what happened. Take a look at what's happening in the Topalov versus Mamedyarov, because that one is exploding as well, and a lot of things have changed. After the position we left it, queen to h4, you mentioned, Yasser, this was the topical line back in your days. Queen to h4 was played because this is more or less an older line. King to b1, rook fe8 was played, bishop to d3, and now a mistake. It seems like by Mamedyarov, very easy mistake to make, because bishop to h5 seems to have been the best move in the position. It's all about control of the f3 square. If I manage to go knight to f3 and exchange, at least force the exchange of the knight and actually improve my pawn structure, as white, you're going to be in trouble. So you need to keep full control of this f3 square. Now, it's easy to miss that after bishop to f2, the only move in the position is actually bishop to f4, putting some pressure on the queen as well and leaving the queen unpre, just like that. Otherwise, if you try to go just queen to e7 after g4, you can pretty much resign. Right. So bishop to h5, very difficult move to make over the board, especially if you don't know it. He played bishop to d7, but right now, this is the position we're seeing, and I'm struggling to find the activity for black's pieces, because I understand the activity was very much given by the knight, the presence of the knight in the center. It was a very, very strong piece. Now, c4, I'm just going to drop back. How are you going to improve your position? How are you going to continue your attack? So I can do a lot of preparatory moves, and at some point, I will start rolling my pawns down the board. f4 followed by e5. I'm going to put a lot of pressure with this pawn formation in the center. Very intriguing position. Maybe Topalov will be scoring his first victory in this game.
Thank you for that, Christian. One thing I have to say, I'm attracted to the idea that the queen on h4 is woeful.
Yes.
And could I start with bishop g5 and simply try to trap?
You can definitely do that. Yeah, bishop g5. Let's go queen g3.
By the way, f4 on the board.
F4
bishop
is on the board,
g5.
Yeah. F4 is extremely tempting as well.
Exactly. I mean, I don't blame Veselin at all. Bishop g5, this is really the easiest one. Queen h5 and bishop e2 is like this flashing neon sign says, play me. Queen g3
is a strange move, yeah?
Yeah. It's a forced move.
It's a forced move, but okay. f4, and I start thinking about
bishop d4.
Yeah, I start thinking about the move rook e3.
Yeah, well, at the very least, you have knight e2.
I'm hanging on by a thread.
It feels...
Queen e3, somehow he's alive, you know?
I'm hanging on by a thread, yes.
But that's a very, very
fair.
dangerous
I mean,
position.
If you hang on, you hang on. F4 on the board.
And we expect bishop to d4. I don't think there's anything else, right?
Bishop to d4.
If you go to g7 and allow me to lock your bishop with e5, I think you're in big trouble.
I was having so much fun with Gregory Kaidanov at the seniors closing, because he had a pawn on e5 and d5, just what we're seeing now. It was a Alekhine's, and he had a bishop on f1, knight on g1, rook on h1, and he played knight e4. He didn't develop any of his pieces. Now I can say to him, you see, Gregory, how former world champions do it. You know, they develop they take the center, they develop their pieces to attractive squares, effective squares, and they keep their king safe. Bishop d4. Again, you know, visually it looks like white's doing great. This is just... it feels...
Not only visually.
Not only visually.
Not only visually.
The question is, e5 is maybe too aggressive, Miro? Would you like...
thinking, honestly, perhaps I'm a greedy guy. I was thinking take, kill knight e2, try to win the pawn.
You're not a greedy guy. You're trying to join the Pawn Grubbers Club.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very prestigious.
Prestigious.
Place to enter. Hallowed halls.
It's a university.
Yes.
Pawn Grubbers University.
Pawn Grubbers.
Yeah, but Queen f2 might still be...
Okay, and again, this pawn on e3 could be...
Yeah, well...
hold on, I actually have Queen
Yeah, Queen
d4
b4 was my original plan, and I don't know...
Clever? It looks clever.
Maybe there is nothing wrong with it after all.
No, Queen takes d4.
Queen b4 and Queen takes d4.
It will be a very healthy extra pawn. And we do have bishop d4 on the board. And again, Veselin really, I think, undeservedly lost his 3 games yesterday. He had decent positions, but he kept slipping, especially his game against Magnus was was terrible. Let's see.
And outside of the opening in that game against Magnus, he unfortunately was not doing very well. But later on, he picked up his pace and actually managed to equalize in that game. Unfortunately for him, went on to lose. Against MVL, not so much. I think he was pretty much down, not out of the opening, but in the middle game, he got completely outplayed. Now what we're seeing, he gets a completely winning position, or maybe objectively winning position
overwhelming
out of the opening right now. Bishop takes d4, knight to e2. I'm not 100% sure about that because it does give black some chances. I have the idea of f5.
Okay.
So after knight to e2, f5, it does seem like black is getting quite some counterplay.
Okay. Knight b5 was another approach, though, too, right?
Knight to b5, yes. But then, can I go knight to c4? Probably you're just going to take that.
There is a knight d6 fork, right?
Right.
Okay.
So let's take on b5.
You may even try again f5, I'm not sure. Let's take on b5. Bishop takes b5. Yep.
Take on b5.
I assume the rook has to go.
Bishop takes d4 is on the board, guys. We might actually go straight into that line.
Knight e2 or knight b5? You said knight e2, f5?
Which I find
Yeah,
hard
yes,
to believe.
knight
but
to e2
It's
maybe
intriguing. Wow.
Black needs to play like a
Break it.
Grunfeld position
Yeah.
and try to get counterplay as fast as possible. Otherwise, you're just busted. Strategically busted. Right?
Break up the team, but what's the
Knight
ramification?
c4, and we're going into some crazy
Knight
lines.
c4.
Yes, knight to c4.
Sorry, I was looking at knight d5 and was about to press my...
And now we're getting some crazy lines because bishop takes c4, I take on c4, and the pawn on d4 is taboo, at least for the moment.
There is a check.
Rook takes c1, rook takes c1, rook takes d4.
Exactly.
And,
Yeah. And if I
So,
take g6, there is a check, and
There's
you
a
take on
check.
g6, I actually just simply take back on g6, and then I have bishop f5 coming, rook to c2. There are some complications along the way.
You know, it's funny that a move like f5, a move that we could easily dismiss as some kind of aberration, that your death throws, a move that you don't like to play, can actually give you a fair game, maybe an even game. So
I think right now knight to b5 is a very important move.
is the most challenging,
Yes.
maybe the most critical. Can you, for that matter, could you go in the same direction with f5?
Can we go knight d6?
Well, I was going to take something.
Let's take back with...
There's a bishop f5 sighting.
so if I take back with the bishop...
Okay, take back with
Does
the bishop.
knight c4.
Wait a minute. Let's go. Let's take some serious material. Let's take on e8.
On e8.
Sure.
Okay, pause. That knight, we think, is coming back.
It's
so-
coming back to d6. Yes.
Right.
And otherwise, you just take e4 and your exchange up.
No, it was
You
kind of
wanted-
weird.
yes, right.
I'm still not 100% sure.
But then I take... Yeah, you
Rook
still have
c-
bishop f5, which is extremely annoying.
Yeah, precisely. There's a rook c2 sighting, but I don't know. This is, man, for a rapid chess, both games,
Anybody's game.
Yeah, both players are going to be
Anybody's
challenged.
game.
I want to just jump back to the Magnus Carlsen Firouzja game because they followed some of our analysis. He did take on d8. He did take on a8. He did not play knight d2, our main move, and knight
Captured
d3.
immediately.
But said, give me the pawn back. Rook a7, bishop f3. And this gives Alireza this choice of maybe
Going to
b3. I was a little bit...
Isn't it a draw?
That's what I...
Knight b3. Oh no, you go rook a2 first.
And if you...
If you go knight c1, then you go to a3, so that c4 can be met with rook c3.
Makes
It's a little bit
sense.
tricky, right?
A little bit. But if you...
But
play-
having the rook on a2
it's not, does not make a very power. And also the fact that the knight is not coming... you may have to... Okay,
A3,
well,
but
let's
then the
go.
rook's kind of locked, right?
Yeah. No, Magnus has
Who's
nothing.
better?
No, absolutely. He did not play knight b3. He played h6 first.
He played h6
So
first.
this could allow white to start with knight d2.
Right. We're having trouble, Christian. We think knight b3.
No, knight b3 was definitely a chance. A wrinkle in the position that probably would have given black some advantage. Exactly. Yeah.
That's
Slight
what
advantage.
judgment.
Not as much. Not as much as you would expect, but still an advantage.
The old experienced hands are.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Yeah, knight b3 was but it was begging to be played.
But even now, after h6, if the best move is knight to d2, which
it might
it's
be.
not such an easy move to make, right?
Right.
If that's the best move and not bishop to f4, which allows black to get an advantage, then I have a feeling, Alireza is quite comfortable with his position right now. And Magnus is not, and we can see that from their time expenditure as well. 9 minutes and 50 seconds and counting for Magnus, 14 minutes for Alireza. And let's remember how they started. 25 minutes for Magnus and 20 minutes after a 6.5 minute thing for Alireza. For that bishop takes f3 and knight takes d4. That was a critical decision.
Exactly. And for those joining us late, keep in mind that it's 2 points for each rapid game. Firouzja won 2 games yesterday. That gave him 4 points, but he also gave up a draw for which he got 1. That's why we have this kind of a strange-looking score of 4-5 after 3 rounds of play. We get double points for the rapid, as you mentioned, coming in on our format. Now, having said all of that, Firouzja is the only player standing at 5 points. Several players, including Magnus, are at 4 in the chasing pack. But we think, for Firouzja coming in with black, a draw is both very good from a tournament perspective, but also from a competitive perspective. But again, before the move h7, h6, just help us out here, Christian. Had Firouzja played knight b3, 2 questions. What is white's best line of play, and what's the evaluation by the computer?
Rook to a2.
Rook to a2.
Rook to a2, yes.
You just look at that, Miro. I don't know about you, but I just look at that and I think to myself, that's the most pathetic rook I've seen in quite some ages. I mean,
not only that, but if you think, like, doesn't matter what's your next move. If you think I can include knight b2, rook a2, don't you go for it?
Of course.
I mean, every day.
Every day.
It makes a lot of sense to go for it.
C4.
Yes. I'm not sure why he played h6.
Knight d5, c4, and again, could you just give us a numerical answer, like what the computer engine felt?
h6, bishop takes f6, and we get into this line, bishop takes f6, knight to c3, and it only gives black a very slight edge. Nevertheless, you can look at the position and you understand that it is only one side that is playing for any advantage at that point, and it is black.
I see.
That rook on a2 just, it doesn't make a good impression. At the same time, you do have rook to a3 coming. You have bishop to e2 to put some pressure on the pawn, the upcoming pawn on c4. So there will be ways to get the rook out with tempo. You maybe need, as black, maybe a couple more moves to cement the advantage, cement the position of the knight on b3, and then you can claim a significant advantage. If you don't get that, then probably white will be able to equalize.
Miro, I have bad news. I think the players have transposed into a line that
they
have dismissed and said, I don't make a claim about anything here for Magnus.
I think Magnus just wants to make a draw right now.
Knight d2, by the way, he did not capture on f6 right away. He played knight d2, knight d3.
Bishop e2.
Now he took
best
the
move in the position.
Bishop e2, inviting knight takes b2.
And the easy way out right now is to just take on b2, rook to a2, and then just go c4.
But why would I have to play?
Knight to e4 is a threat, after all. You have to worry about knight e4.
So knight is kind of trapped,
But
after c4,
c4, and then we get the trade. The knights,
stops,
and that's it.
I see.
Yeah, I think the players are just bolting towards that position.
Okay, very good. I just wanted to go to our other marquee matchup, a game between 2 players who have scored 4 points after the first round of play. first day of play, and that is MVL versus Jordan van Foreest. And this is the variation I was talking about, that the players...
the 95.
95, and Black has said, you know what, take my bishop, and, you know, the old guys thought these pawn structures were awkward for Black, but modern players who play Sveshnikov say, take your pawn structure, and no, I'm doing just fine, thank you very much with Black. I've got my fair share of the center, and Jordan van Foreest is saying, what do you have? C4 changed completely the complexion of the game. C4.
C4.
Knee-jerk reaction. Would you have played C4?
Yeah, perhaps I would, because the structure itself, like white is getting stuck, right?
Well, he's solid, though. I'm just saying that C4 is one of those decisions that carry a very good seed of risk. I mean, it's not like, oh, I've got the initiative. And,
no, but I think he timed it perfectly because of the C4. If you take and bishop takes, right? So knight d4 is not yet possible, and the rook is, the rook on g7, as you, very conveniently for me highlighted. It does absolutely nothing in terms of preventing d5 breaks and stuff. Yes,
exactly.
It's off side.
And we're kind of expecting a handshake between Magnus and...
It's a very solid position.
I like the way. Hold on, just a second. If the bishop was on f3, it would have been, and there is the handshake. It would have been Weiss versus Schwartz equal. Okay.
Magnus hasn't been getting a lot of very impressive positions out of the opening, especially with the white pieces. He hasn't been getting anything.
So, do we trust him on his loss of motivation? Because that's how it looks. Yes.
Well, where the World Championship matches concerned.
Yeah, World Championship matches, but as well he had 2 white games against the former and kind of next match to be contender Nepomniachtchi, right? And against Alireza, who he wanted to be a challenger, and he didn't show anything.
True, but on the other hand, I think that just the announcement itself, just getting this enormous pressure off your shoulders and telling the whole world officially, for the last 12 months, longer even, I don't feel that I have the determination, the motivation that I need to have to win a 6th World Championship match, therefore I'm stepping down. He's still coming to grips with that, as are we all, and we'll see how he does. By the way,
Miro, you were making a good point, but let's not forget about his game against MVL. He forced a draw after 10 minutes of playing that one as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
In that Sicilian. So with the white pieces, 3 white pieces, he has gotten nothing. But we know Magnus, once he starts piling up those wins, he becomes a very different animal.
Right, an avalanche. Against C4, by the way, by MVL, Jordan van Foreest said, you know what? That's cool. You got it C4.
Come with me?
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to go queen b6. You're invited, in this case, to trade, and rook takes. And then the pawn on d4 is quite vulnerable. So MVL shut down, played c5, and said, okay, now that we know the pawn went literally from c3, where it was nicely protecting, to c5. Now are you happy about it? Because now the d4 pawn is a bit weaker, right?
Yeah, I tend to agree.
a3,
So,
bishop
queen
f6,
e3.
queen e3, rook. Okay, that's a commitment of sorts.
Absolutely.
That's basically saying, I am ready to invest some considerable time.
And he does. So rook c2 was played and h5.
Here we go.
Because he
Suddenly,
really needs,
the game is flaring brightly. And Cristian, what other games have caught your eye?
Well, actually, I'm looking at the game of Topalov versus Mamedyarov.
Okay.
That's the big one, right? And we got this position. Knight to b5 was indeed played. Best move in the position, giving white an objectively winning position. Queen to e7 was played, d6, and this is what we're seeing right now,
Wow.
queen to d5. But how do you respond to knight to c7? The very natural knight to c7, just picking up the exchange, picking up the material in the position. I have the material, and to my eyes, at least, it feels like I have the initiative as well as white. So you can give it away, and then how do you continue? How do you create your own counterplay with a pawn on c7 that you have to tend to, also with a weakness on d4? This one is definitely going Topalov's way. So let's take a look at the cameras. Also from a time perspective, right now, 7 minutes only for Mamedyarov, 8 minutes and 40 seconds for Veselin. But I have to say, just an easy position, and I don't think that's the one that will...
No, that was the MBL game. This is the one.
He should be going knight to c7. That's an easy move to make. He makes it.
By the way, you asked me what I would be doing. I'd be crying. I mean, I don't like this position.
Don't cry, Yasser.
I'm material ahead, as you mentioned, but like you also said, Christian, white is the one with the initiative as well as the material.
So maybe you can corral that pawn somehow with rook to c8. I defended rook to c1, and then you go bishop to c6.
Can I take the pawn on c7?
How do you...
H1.
Yes. You can maybe... No, but that's a...
But after rook c8, why don't you just play bishop e4?
That's
Bishop
probably...
e4,
And then do whatever you were planning to do, but first take the diagonal, drive the queen away, and then play rook d1.
Much better. But let's jump to Zagreb.
Thank you, guys. We are here with the current leader of the tournament, young Alireza Firouzja. You just equalized against the world champion. It seemed like you had absolutely no problems.
Yes, this opening is pretty new, the knight c6 move. It came as a surprise to him, so he played very quickly rook d1, which is, I think, not the best move for playing for advantage. So, yeah, there are other better moves, but he played rook d1 not very quickly, after 2 minutes thinking, but yeah, then I think it's all draw, so maybe I was better a little after he wanted to bail out, of course, here, because he has no winning chances, but yeah, maybe after bishop f3 I could play more accurately.
I think the commentators were looking at knight d3 or knight d3 in this position instead of h6. But did you know up to this point, did you seem very comfortable in it?
Yes, I knew that rook d1 is not accurate, but I didn't remember, but okay, I calculated and it was pretty easy.
The commentators in the studio were wondering if Magnus is losing a little bit of motivation. A couple of white games, he didn't produce very much. Easy draw for you here. What do you think?
Yes, it's very tough these days to come up with advantage. For instance, the games that I won also, it's pretty drawish, and my opponents went very wrong.
But you had this cool idea against Saric, h3.
Yeah.
I hadn't never seen it in the Sicilian all these years of chess, but you brought it in. How do you come up with this kind of things?
Yes, it's a new thing. It's very interesting, but yeah, he played very good actually, and it was very drawish. So, in general, these days with white getting some playable position is very difficult.
Alireza, even though it's difficult, you are the current leader. What's making you get ahead of the game compared to your rivals here so far?
Maybe I had better pairings, for instance, than Magnus or Maxime, so that could help. But also, I feel like I'm playing very fast and very good, so it's good at least.
Well, you seem to be in great shape, but this is a very long tournament, so we'll let you rest a little bit before the next games. Guys, the current leader of the tournament, Alireza Firouzja. Let's go back to the studio. We have 4 more games left.
Thank you very much. I like what he was saying, like my pairings.
The pairings is fine.
Good.
No, I like the other part of the recipe. So I play fast and good moves. I mean, that's my favorite part.
That's good. Jumping to the Veselin Topalov shack. Veselin liked your idea of bishop e4, queen b5. I'm expecting just queen takes d4, followed by rook takes c7, rook c1.
Queen d4 is on the board.
And you kind of feel like almost like a hand of bridge. You claim the win. You just a full exchange up, and I mean,
do we have any tricks in the position? Knight c4 maybe after rook to c1. Does that lead to anything?
No.
Probably not, huh?
Unfortunately, no tricks.
Knight to c4, maybe you can even go bishop d3, yeah?
Maybe bishop d3 is an issue. Maybe just b3 and ask you why you're happy with your knight on c4.
And rook to c1 is that queen on d4 is so powerful.
Exactly.
Controlling
That's why I
absolutely
wanted,
everything.
like, bishop e4,
Yeah.
queen e4, and
Not only patrolling g7, h8 for back rank issues, but also defending b2 and making sure that any frisky knight moves are impotent. This looks really, really good for Veselin. Let's just go to a Nepo for just a moment. We haven't seen much of this
still
game.
in progress? I thought, like, when we've seen this Petrov and people swapping pieces on the E
bang,
file,
bang,
I thought,
bang.
yeah, okay, this is gone. No.
First of all, it's still play, and this last move by Black, f7, f6, a preparation for king f7, controlling the business squares of the E file. It's absolutely fine for
Who's
Black.
better?
Yeah, who's better,
Well,
in fact.
so the thing is, he brought his knight to b4, Jan, right?
It doesn't
So-
make a great impression.
Yeah, so unless you have some specific, I don't know, tactical idea
Of
like,
rook
well,
e6
it
and
doesn't,
stuff.
doesn't really make that much sense.
Yeah, but if you start losing b2 and king g2, and I think
King
Lanier
f7.
will be more than happy to continue the game
Yeah, king
after king
f7.
f7. We start. I like the word, by the way, that Alireza used. Here he wants to bail out.
Yeah.
You never spoke about Garry Kasparov in such a fashion as the world champion. Here, Gary was looking to make a draw against me. He was trying to bail out. I thought that was kind of cute. We'll keep this one on the back burner. Ivan Saric versus Wesley So. This position blowed up. Wesley So, again, one of our tied for second. Thoughts? What's going on here?
Well, I kept an eye, like, a few moves earlier, and
Right.
at least the engine, okay, not getting too deep in the position, the engine was claiming that Wesley was, like, very close to winning, a big advantage, right?
Okay.
So I'm no longer sure, to be honest, because
This king is kind
if
of
he-
safe,
yeah,
right?
the king's very safe. He'll take on b6 next move, right?
Right? So the only question I have is, can I mate you from h1?
Yeah, the question is, like, am I getting checkmated? Right?
Precisely.
Because if I
Because
do,
I-
I do not enjoy it. Yes, I
Right?
have to say.
If you get mated, that's too bad, because otherwise your two connected passed pawns may bring home a whole victory. But
So at least we have to look at this endgame after queen b8, queen f4, right?
queen b8 check,
Which I probably don't want to do.
king h7 or g7?
No, I think queen d4, to be honest, was kind of cool.
Oh, queen d4.
Because queen d4.
There's a lot of
because
good moves. Queen
attacking
c6, queen c5,
G4,
maybe.
Right, attacking g4. Do I though? No, I'm taking it back. Yes, because queen c1. Yeah, I've seen it check. I was very happy, but after queen c1, I actually lose.
Right. What's and Christian? We do have rook takes, queen takes b6.
Queen takes b6.
Yeah, queen
b1 is
play.
what we expect.
Double. It's a very sharp position. How does the computer handle it?
Of course, zeros.
No!
It's an equal position,
In
yes.
all the by the way, also with queen to d4.
Even with
queen to
queen to
d4 is
d4.
zeros as well. Yes, queen to d8, king to h7, and I
D8.
guess you just go queen to d3. If you do allow knight to f5, perhaps this is actually knight to f5 is just completely losing after king to h7. There's no way to stop the checkmate, but you
Right.
still have the check on d4. This is just a perpetual. So queen to d4 is one of the moves. Rook to e1 is on the board right now.
Right.
You can even go a5 if you want.
What?
With the same idea. Once you go to c1, I have queen to d8. Queen to d8 is the square I need for a perpetual, basically. After that, I will have both d4 and d3 as checks, depending on where you're going to put the king. So that gives me the perpetual. It does seem like the players understand that, and most likely this is where they're going to be storming towards. But take a look at what's happening in MVL versus Van Foreest. Maybe that one is getting extremely exciting. I have to say, I'm looking at the position, opposite color bishops, but a lot of weaknesses in both of these players' positions. And the position is going to open up on the king side with quite interesting consequences. So let's take a look at that one and let's see how these players are going to handle that particular situation.
Well, I have to admit that I admire MVL's theft Did you see that theft that he created of winning the pawn on a6? It was broad daylight robbery right here. He had just played the move knight e5, and I think Jordan could have captured the knight.
Yeah, absolutely.
With either a minor piece. He went back, and look at this. Brazen theft.
Why not? Why
Bishop
not?
takes a6, and we have a bishops of opposite color position. But d4 falls, and I have a great imagination of a checkmate on g1.
We'll see.
Well, it doesn't magically appear by itself.
So how do we feel about the current position that we have right now? You have to find a way to, well, are you going to drop the bishop back to g4 after rook to g1? And then how do we assess the position after the exchange? Well, after I capture the pawn on d4.
Well, precisely. So I'm kind of reluctant to play rook g1 because if I do lose the pawn, I don't want to lose it with tempo. If I drop back right away, bishop takes, I'm kind of fearful that the move f5 will end up, how do you put it, entombing my bishop, where rook will come back to g6, queen will come back to g7, and I'll be in trouble. Whether I like it or not, I feel I have to play f5.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like it, though.
And now e5.
Exactly. I don't know if I like it.
Bishop to g4 is on the
He
board.
did capture with the king, and I am expecting bishop takes d4, and yes, and
Bishop d4 is on the board.
and isn't f5 forced by white? Because I'm afraid f7, f5 will just give me a terrible.
f5 is an important move, yes.
Okay,
So you have to play it, right?
f5. And
You don't have to play it, but
why?
It's
What's
well,
the
you can go b4 and accept that position. But after f5, bishop h3, rook
no,
to
he
g6.
does. He does play.
Yeah, f5. It just feels like the right
Yeah.
approach.
By the way, it seems that MVL at some point missed a very, very good chance.
Did he?
Yeah. The
It was
moment.
his-
That after on move 36, yes.
Okay,
Queen
I'm going.
g7. Yeah, he could have gone g5. Yeah, queen g7, and he could have gone g5. It turns out.
Ooh.
Yeah. So
And then the
G5
idea is if you take,
Yeah,
I'll
that-
go queen f3 or something?
Yeah, you probably go queen f3, then take on f6. Yeah.
Nice. And in this case, maybe my outside pass pawn, a pawn, would have brought some benefits. As what happened, I think Jordan is for choice. By the way, Jordan has not yet played e5, but I see
But also these
no-
positions can change on a dime, right?
Yes, a
Because we have the opposite color bishops, and
Right.
whoever is on the attack is going to have a better position. But white could easily, after e5, you could imagine a pawn coming to f6, and if you manage to land something on the g file, black's king might have some difficulties.
Well, check this out. Rook f6.
f6.
Not
Rook f6.
Wait a minute, but what if I
Posting-
drop back with the bishop? No, he went for b4. defending that
b4,
pawn.
Yeah.
simply defending the pawn on,
Understandable.
and
Queen
queen
h6.
h6.
Get all the pieces on the dark squares. I like that.
It's kind of a checkers, right? Queen, rook to f6, queen to f, rook, queen to h6.
Where the queen's going?
I
D2
think he
maybe?
wants to play e5 and queen d2.
So that's
I'm not sure. Why didn't he prefer e5 and e4 though, as black? Why was rook f6 a good move, Christian?
It was an okay move, yes.
Okay.
But probably giving the slight advantage to white after rook to f6. The rook is just in a very problematic position.
Exactly. It
right
doesn't
now.
feel very good. E5 just felt
The
like
rook was always going to be your worst piece. You have to find a way to involve it in the game. The way I can see that coming after king to f8, maybe get the queen out of the way and then go rook to h8, rook to g8. Now from f6, that's going to add a couple of tempis, right? You have to
Right.
go back to h6 and then to h8 and then to g8.
I see.
b5. MVL is going for it, guys.
Wow.
Well,
Rook
wait a
f6, queen h6, b5.
He's trying to break things and get a passer.
no, but that he exactly hints on this, that your rook is not playing, right? And
Exactly.
that's the moment for me to take advantage of it.
Exactly.
What do we do?
Do you have that expression when the cat's away, the mice will
yeah,
play? The cats are all over here, and maybe the mice will come at the board.
Guys, and huge breaking news in the game
Please.
between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Dominguez. And Dominguez only with 22 seconds left
No.
on his clock. Huge blunder. He played the move king to f5 and allowed b3. And this just leads. Tempo, tempo, tempo. Check, check. And I pick up the pawn. Your knight is out of play. I'm picking up another pawn on b6.
Oh.
2 pawns down. You're losing pretty much everything at this
Jan
point.
is
This is
winning.
over. Jan is winning. And there we
He
go.
has
Resignation.
King f5 just ended the game on the spot.
King to f5 was
What a
such
terrible
big
blunder.
blunder.
Miss b3, rook e5. Sometimes
E5,
to win a tournament, you need luck. Let's go jump back to the Jordan Van Foreest game, because we do have takes c6 on the board.
How do we stop this pawn if we stop it?
Well, bishop e5 and queen d2 does have, it has caught my eye. So let's try bishop e5.
Yeah.
And do we have that on the board?
We
Sorry,
don't.
the times, Amira? I have a hard
3
time.
minutes, 20 seconds each.
We have a beautiful headshot of Kevin Duggan there, our cameraman. 2 minutes each, did you say?
3 minutes and 10
3
seconds.
minutes.
More or less each.
Whoa. Again, these are those moments where
Yeah, I do like it.
nerves play such a crucial role. Okay, he's
And
done it.
so does Jordan.
Yeah. And just stopping, for the moment at least, the pawn from coronation.
Absolutely.
And these are the moments of the game in which the game usually gets decided.
Exactly.
This time of tension-infused moments in which something just is in the balance right now. That pawn, you just sacrifice the pawn, but you do have that incredible thorn in black's position, the pawn on c6, ready for
Exactly.
promotion. All I need is displace the bishop from the h to b8 diagonal. How do I do that is the question.
Queen
That's
e2 is
why. Queen to e2 makes a lot of sense.
obvious answer. You get off the pin, creating a potential weakness if you can get an f.
So now we
c6.
go to c7 or
Yeah,
to b
bishop
or
to-
to d6, right?
Bishop c7 feels
And,
like
take.
more solid.
But then I just take on f1 and take on e6. I don't think you can win that.
Just pause here
Yeah.
just a moment, because he did play queen e2, and it almost feels like no,
I think right now I'm just simply getting my own play as well.
Okay, queen f4 will
Queen
definitely
f4,
do
queen
it.
d2, yes.
And we do have bishop c7 on the board. Maybe rook g1? Is that? Am I? Sometimes I feel I can overdo it without even having this feeling that I'm overdoing it. Is rook g1 one of those asking too much from the position, Miro?
Well, I don't know. I would be looking at this one, or the rook g1 or bishop h3 perhaps to start with.
Rook
and then
g1 is
keep
on the
some
board?
options.
Rook
Rook
g1.
g1 is on the board, okay. King f8 seems like a response, no? But then you might start thinking of picking the b5 pawn, some checks, and
Yeah. As a very experienced commentator, Miro, do you use that cheapo? I like using that cheapo, that when I make a suggestion for a move like rook g1 and they make it, I go, these guys are so good. Do you use that yourself? On
trying to,
occasion.
like possessing black belt in modesty. I'm trying not to do it.
Not to do it. Okay. Black belt and modesty there. You've heard it here first,
yeah,
folks.
but seriously, no. I usually, when I start guessing too many of those, good players' moves, I
chill.
clearly make the point that it's not clear if it's
Good or
either
bad.
good for me or bad for them. Yeah,
Right.
it's not necessarily a good thing. Yeah.
I see. Very nice. Rook g1 on the board, king f8. And
F8,
again, are they
yeah.
keeping pace with one another?
No. 1
No.
minute and 20 seconds for MVL, 2 minutes and 50 seconds for Van Foreest.
And again, nerves, time pressure.
Van Foreest is piling up the pressure. He's a pawn up.
Queen
he covered that
f4.
c7 square. Queen to f4 is coming.
hitting h2.
Yeah,
I feel you're having, you need to be very careful with the white pieces right now. By the way, also e5 might be on tap with an opening action of the rook on f6, and finally that rook gets to play.
Yeah, e5, rook takes c6 would be a dream come true. I was a little bit more worried, and
Queen
there you
takes
go.
b5.
Captures on
Queen
b5.
takes b5. Not only stopping e5, by the way, but this was the problem right here.
Queen
That
f4,
move.
and he has to force the endgame, I guess. Queen b4 check, because what else do you do?
Well, indeed. I mean, there is a mate threat against h2 and queen
now I-
b4 check.
Pick that one up and pick on f5 and then take on c6 as well. Everything is
Exactly.
hanging.
Takes
Exactly.
over there,
How do we
takes on
how do we feel
f5.
about this endgame?
I think bishop f3 is probably just good enough for a draw. Bishop takes
Captures,
d5.
and rook c2, we have rook g2, right?
It still feels like white is on the back foot right now.
What? Again, to quote Firouzja, white is trying to bail out.
Yes.
Rook g2, and you're right. I mean, if black wanted to draw, he could just simply have claimed it with rook check. Instead, the move rook c3 is a clear indication. Oh my goodness. It seems like Veselin let his prey escape and a draw.
He
What?
did. Incredible.
What?
We
Incredible.
absolutely
An exchange?
have to check it. Yeah, we were waiting for resignation in this game.
Right? Back to Jordan Van Foreest for a moment. Move rook c3, by the way. It's piling up the pressure because there is this threat of h3, rook
h3,
And by the way, guys,
Rook A2.
Ivan Saric also blew it, and right now he's in a losing position against Wesley.
Okay.
Wesley is taking over in this one.
Okay, rook a2. I don't want to leave this game between MVL and Van Foreest for the moment, just because we've invested.
So much time.
And I mean, bishop takes h2. I don't know, Miro. This is looking like
not very good, you mean?
That H pawn is dangerous.
big time danger.
Rook, where he's going, rook a3.
Where did he go? Rook
to
a3
H3. Okay.
with
that's-
shaky hands, because we do have bishop g1 check
and follow with H2.
h2, so we maintain possession of this very
Yeah,
nice
the h pawn
passer.
stays, right?
Right. That's a very attractive pawn to keep in the pocket.
Yeah, and it's also a very dangerous game in terms of that it can
Clock.
last forever.
Oh,
you know, it can
oh,
last
oh.
forever. The opposite colored bishops,
Bishops,
with the rooks.
right.
That's, you know, that's
You're already looking
Usually-
forward to the 50 move rule, are we? Bishop
Bishop G1 is on the board.
G1, keep the h pawn alive.
And
So
one
when the
thing
king
about
is
Van
gone-
Foreest, he's definitely maintaining the pace. Still 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
I want to say that Jordan is a very, for me at least, a practical player. I see him having an awareness about the clock and just staying ahead of his opponent. I want to put it like that. King G3.
And Yasser, you know what I've recently found out?
What's that?
That you were a Dutch national champion. Is that
In-
correct?
Did this happen?
In
Blitz?
In Blitz,
Yes.
yeah, a couple of times, and in Fisher 960.
So have you gotten to play Van Foreest in Blitz?
No, no. I mean, we meet each other on these tournaments, but more or less, I'm a commentator and he's a player. So no, we haven't. We haven't had a Blitz rivalry or any of those things. Rook d2. Oh, somehow the king found a perfect home. King h1.
It's actually
It's time to get the king in as well as black, right? King to g7. Try to get the king closer to g3.
I always, before I do anything with a king, rooks belong behind past pawns. It's almost like a
yeah, B2 is what you want to do.
Yeah, what are these bedtime nursery rhymes?
Something.
Rook belongs behind past pawns. And away you go. But you like King G7?
King G7, King E7. Let's try to get the king in.
Ooh, Jordan is reaching for his
Yeah,
bishop.
he wants to put the bishop on E5 because
Bishop
on
E5?
G1 it kind of guards the pawn, but it also stops him from giving a check on the first string.
But it was also stopping the B pawn from G1, right? At least
Exactly.
getting to
Yeah,
B6.
okay,
Now
it
from
will
E5
do-
you stop it, but you stop it all the way to B7, which might be a bit dangerous.
Sorry, guys. I mean, Rook B2.
Yeah, what
there
was wrong with Yasser's move?
Rook
I
B2,
second that. Yeah,
and then
Rook B2.
and then when the rook finds some dark square, you get to play Bishop E5.
Then you get Bishop D4 and Bishop
Yeah.
E5. No, it makes the
Okay.
most sense.
Bishop E5, but let's stay with Jordan's idea. Clearly, he wants Bishop E5,
And now he goes with the king.
threatening.
But yeah,
Now he goes King E7. Okay.
Well,
now I can't guess the moves. There.
It's time to push, right?
Absolutely. B6, Bishop back to
stops it
B6.
from B6.
Okay, so he basically accepted the fact that Bishop to D4 was just a bad move.
Yes.
His whole idea
Bishop
was just a
G2.
bad,
Does Bishop
bad idea.
G2 kind of, well, not really win the pawn, but...
Bishop G2
Or Rook
makes
B1 first. Yeah, what does he want to do? I thought Bishop G2 attacking H2, and if you
Exactly.
protect it, then you go Rook B1 first. Yeah,
Exactly.
not to get checkmated. And,
Rook
no, he leaves the B
C3.
file.
Okay, this is very
Well,
hard for me to
immediately
understand.
Rook B2. once
I
again.
go to
mean, I
C6.
must say that I would be so fast. I mean, my fast twitch muscle fiber would be Rook B2,
And he goes for it.
right?
He does it, yeah, Bishop G2, then, yeah,
But-
and Wheel apparently has calculated something.
So his idea was that if you start with Bishop G2, I have Bishop C7. And then what I'm threatening is checkmate with Rook to D1.
And then Rook to
Yeah,
B1
okay,
was
but
what
now
we
even
were.
Bishop G1, and then I'm
Right.
threatening the B5 pawn, so you have
Exactly.
to play Bishop C6.
Bishop
and then Black, yeah, well,
D4.
Bishop D4, but he could have improved it, I'm guessing, by going Bishop G1, no?
He really wants his bishop to defend the H2 pawn from the G3
From the other
B8
diagonal, yeah.
diagonal. So
Guys,
he-
this is getting dangerous for MVL.
No question about it. It has been for quite some time. So we're looking at Bishop E5, Rook takes F5, Rook takes B5, and, well, only two results are possible with the pawn on H2 and pawns on
That's
F6.
for quite a long time already. Yeah.
By the way, just to remind everybody, we do have one win already with 2 games remaining, 2 draws, 1 win.
Wesley also winning his game, so we're going to have at least 2 wins in this one.
Yeah,
And
so
we're
if
expecting
Wesley
Rook
wins,
takes B5, yeah.
if Wesley wins, that means he equals in points with
Alireza.
Firouzja.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And same will be viable for Mr. Van Foreest,
Should he win?
should he win. Yeah.
Following
And-
the path that you, Yasser, laid out at the beginning of the show, just make a couple of quick draws at the beginning as Wesley,
Wesley.
and then start picking up those victories.
We have seen Wesley, by the way, remarkably consistent in these rapid and blitz
Yeah.
events. I remember him in Paris and Leuven and wherever he was playing. He was always at the top, like very, very close to the podium. And should this, let's just jump to Wesley at the moment.
Yeah, because this one,
we
it's like MVL is holding for now.
Right.
And it's clear that
Two
he will
results.
not be, he will not be released anytime soon. Right.
Right. And now, this is a funny.
win. This is a
well,
win.
just tell me how.
No, this is not a game anymore.
It's not a game anymore.
No, I don't think so.
Knight H4
Well,
and then just
Rook
pass.
to A6.
Well,
Rook
why?
G1.
I will kick your knight away.
Maybe Rook G1 just? Rook G1, force F5, go back, win the F pawn. No?
Yeah.
Does it work like that?
I was a little bit. I was more okay. He just played knight H4, so like you said, he's defending G2. What would have happened on knight G7?
H4?
Thank you. That clears it. Does that clear the cobwebs?
I think it should.
I think it does. Yes. Knight H4 on the board, and what did we have?
Yeah, he did play Rook G1.
Oh my
forced
goodness!
F5.
It's Zugzwang.
Then Rook F1, okay.
Rook
there's-
H1. Now that we've got a nibble.
Yeah.
By the way, this king on H2 Ah, that makes a pathetic impression, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Could have gone rook f1, by the way, following your advices, Yasser.
Rook
behind
behind
pass
pass.
The problem is once you get the knight anywhere else except g6 and h4, I will play the move h4 and I win.
Exactly. There will be a checkmating pattern. This knight goes to e7 and this move h4.
And maybe not a
Westin's
checkmate,
in
but if I
seconds,
pick
yeah.
up the g2 pawn, then the g pawn just promotes very quickly.
By the way, rook a6, and you were saying Wesley on seconds?
Yeah, it looked
That's
like
unusual.
Both of them with 20 seconds on the clock.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. But here, Wesley just threatens rook f6 and picking up the pawn. I don't think you can ever, let's say, capture this pawn or trade the pawn. You just open
Well,
up the
he
h-file.
does this, but knight h5, rook h6 is checkmate on the very next move.
Precisely
I have
so.
knight d3 on the board, king to e3, but this just allows me to pick
Just
up
a
the
little
pawn.
bit of jumping, yeah, but then rook f5 and this is game, right?
The rook
King
is off the first
G1.
rank, so there is no
King goes back
stalemates
to
or anything of that nature.
King goes back to f2, and we repeat the whole exercise of Zugzwang.
Well, I
Yeah.
think after knight h4, rook f6,
rook f6
is over.
yeah,
The knight
finishes
is
the
trapped.
game immediately.
And
Very nice.
bravo, nice. And let's jump back to the MVL versus Jordan Van Foreest. Jordan nursing 2 extra pawns.
Wait, but isn't this just a simple draw?
Yeah, this does look like a fortress.
After
He's
king
simply-
g4, you always go rook f3.
Yeah, just rook f3
Rook
and
f3,
rook
rook-
f1, you pretty much can pre-move it, right?
Or you give a check and then you go back to g2 and then rook
Yeah,
f3, rook
just
f1.
highlights that, yeah,
That you have
nothing
this.
to be done here.
You cannot take on f3 because that's just a stalemate. Yeah, very nice mechanism found by MVL to secure the draw.
Well, I wouldn't be so willing to just say secure the draw. On the other hand,
I just don't see any way to make any progress.
right.
Rook on the g file, then you are unable to.
So I'll
Yeah,
put
like-
the bishop on g3. I'll put the pawn on f4. What will be
But
my
yeah, like
next?
rook f3 never happens, right?
When you go
Then-
king g4, I
That
give you a check.
always captures. I mean,
Always.
he's waiting for f3 and captures.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's probably just a fortress.
Does it make any difference if I put, no, my bishop on g1 makes no difference.
And it's very difficult to get it there also because you're losing the h2 pawn.
Yeah, but you know, it's kind of funny. Maybe thanks to the stalemates, you rather let me keep my h2 pawn.
I do.
You know,
I wouldn't
they-
mind like dropping the h pawn. At least I'd be giving some checks. You know,
Right.
the position would change.
Right? Okay, so yes.
Yeah, he forces this. Yes, rook to the second rank. Yeah, but you can actually just shuffle with the rook, I believe.
Rook f3, rook f1, yeah.
rook f1. Or
But rook f3, bishop f2, probably you don't want that.
Okay.
Everything should be a draw, but at least don't.
Or just move the bishop, yeah. Move the
Don't
bishop
change the
all the
character or the
time.
position too
When
much.
f3 happens, you capture f3, no matter,
Right.
no matter what.
Okay.
I think that's the kind of the automated way of making a draw.
So bishop to g2. I guess he wants to go bishop to f2.
Exactly. That was the idea that I was thinking, is trying to set up that you're welcome to capture the h2 pawn. Probably that's enough, but even if I put my bishop on g1, I'm not. I think MVL could just keep his bishop on this long diagonal and say, "Go ahead, put your bishop on
Okay,
g1."
look,
What
so
do you
what
do?
do we do? King g4 maybe?
Check.
King h3, then bishop f2, king g3. Does that make any difference? I'm not sure. Or do this, yeah, like bishop f3, king h3. At least try to
Right.
get the king to h3, so that the pawn is protected.
Clock times again.
Clock
yeah.
times, yeah, they've accumulated some time. NVL is
Okay.
on 3 minutes. If it, I don't, or was it? Oh no, it's
2
2
minutes,
2 minutes
against
and
1
1
minute and
a half
34 seconds.
on Foreest.
But it just doesn't seem like there's
So
much.
bishop f2,
Bishop f2 here.
king
Yeah.
g3.
So if you capture, it's f3, and go figure if it's not a lost position, right? I mean,
Yeah.
rook and bishop against the rook. But
Exactly.
this is exactly what you don't want to do.
Right, because then
Wait a
The game
second.
flares
Isn't he? He is in trouble.
He's suffering.
Okay, so what if I keep the bishop on the other side of the long diagonal? So bishop d5, I let you play f3, I let you basically get everything you want.
Exactly.
And then you're claiming that I still don't have any.
Now that the pawn is on
don't know
f3,
if
the rook
the-
is tied to the defense of the bishop on f2, I feel. So let's go bishop d5, you go f3, I go bishop a8, let's say.
Right. King
Wait a
G3.
second. With king on g3, I'll bring my rook to the g file.
Right.
That's
And
fine.
then,
Then I
play
take on
king
f.
h3,
Yes. The threatening mate.
threatening mate on g1.
That will be.
Oh.
That will be nice.
Once again, I mean, it's a somewhat made-up story. I'm not sure if I can get,
Get all the
this,
things you want.
But at least,
But we
it's
know where we're
where we are going. Yeah.
where we are going. So f3, bishop f3, king f3, rook f2, king takes f2
King takes
is
F2
not
is an
stalemate.
important, an
So we
important-
we do get a chance to play, as you said, f3,
Okay, he starts
rook
by
to
going
g6.
here. Interesting.
f3.
So he's basically getting everything he wants right now.
Yeah, so he gets the rook to g5.
Okay, and how
He's
do you
going to
defend
play
now? Where's the mechanism?
f3 and king h3.
He
is
doesn't
this a-
even need f3, right? He can go king h3 if there is no check on d7 available. He can go
Right.
like say now after bishop.
But there will be a
d7.
check.
Yeah,
There will
there's
always
always
be a
a
check.
check. You're trying to.
But wait
say.
a minute. f3,
Is
king
there always
f4.
a check?
Oh no! Now f3, bishop f3, king f3, rook f2.
No, but that's not the stalemate.
Then not
Is
the
that-
stalemate. h2 is not protected.
Gotcha. So he does have f3.
You can
Wi-
play f3 indeed. But how do you follow after that? Where do you put the king is the question.
Right. If I go to h3, you'll have bishop c8 check.
So the point being, once you go rook to g7 right now, controlling d7 square, white has to play not bishop c6, not bishop a8, but I think
Bishop
the only
d5.
move might be bishop to d5.
Oh, wait a second. So rook g7 now.
Yes.
Attacking the bishop.
Yes.
You'll have to go bishop d5.
Bishop
and then
d5 to have that
F3.
e6 square.
f3, and it's almost Zugzwang. You may have to
Bishop
move your rook.
e4 runs into a tempo. It might be a Zugzwang.
Might
Yeah,
be
we are getting,
Zugzwang.
getting very close.
That's very close to a Suzwang. I'll agree with
Wow.
you guys.
For Jordan Van Forest, this would be a dream start. As he said yesterday, I thought he was very modest. He said that his previous wild cards into Rapid and Blitz had been a disaster, that he'd already equaled his number of points in the first
Oh,
day that he
really?
had in 9 rounds.
Okay, I have an idea. So rook to g7,
He's
bishop
done it?
d5, and now you go f3, you said, right?
Yes,
So I
that's
will
our
go
plan.
bishop to c4.
Bishop to c4.
Well, he's trying something else interesting.
This is a different, because that would, your move bishop c4 would allow
Wait.
me to
Bishop c6, now,
f3.
no, so
As we keep an eye on this game, let's go to Zagreb and Alejandro.
We're here with Wesley So. 2 in a row, Wesley, now with the
Yeah.
black pieces. Feeling good?
Yeah, definitely. Well, first, thanks for having me here, Alejandro, and good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Yeah, I'm very happy. I mean, I played like all Berlin during my black games, which is a bit boring, but it's what I know the best, and it's worked out well. I mean, Ivan Saric is a very strong local player. His rating is 2680, so he's very well booked up. So I thought, I figured instead of going for a riskier opening, such as the Sicilian, I thought I'd just play one e4, e5 and see what happens. And he's played this line before. I did some minor preparations beforehand, but I think I equalized relatively well, and maybe he could have simplified to a draw early on in the opening, but he made some mistakes, like queen e2, I thought was a slight mistake, and gave me some chances, but I also made some mistakes when the endgame was crazy.
Let's take a look at the ending. Wesley, you said it's a boring opening with the Berlin. You went h6, you went g5. This was not a boring game at all. Take us
Yeah,
to the
yeah.
endgame, though. This position that we have on the board, how did you assess it during the game?
Well, I figured I had some slight chances. The main reason because his king is stuck, and I'm just in time to stop his pawns. But at the same time, I only had less than a minute on the clock, which was a bit worrying. I mean, I could have made the draw, but figured I think I'm just in time to stop the pawns, and white has to be very accurate to make a draw. Apparently, the computer says knight g8 check here forces the draw.
Did you feel that you had a win at some point? Like, when were you sure that this was in your pocket?
Well, when I grabbed his pawns. When I grabbed both queenside pawns. So when I played rook d1, I kind of control his pawns, and he tried, and his king is stuck, so he's gonna run out moves sooner or later.
That was a lot of Zugzwang. It's a beautiful Zugzwang game.
Thank you. Yeah, and I figured from afar, I thought this was going to be a win, so I was quite happy. Yeah, so when I played king b7, I thought that it's very difficult for white to defend. I mean, I guess the main plan here is to bring the black king to f2, and then create some Zugzwang. And probably also here, like I could play h4 here at some point, like I think.
Yeah, right there, actually.
Yeah, I think h4. But okay, h4 wins also. But in any case, I mean, we made a few mistakes in the game, which is quite expected in a rapid game.
It sounded like excellent quality from both players, especially yours. Let's take a look at what's going on in the last game, just so that we don't lose our focus. Tell us about your thoughts about this endgame right now.
Yeah, I was talking with Besselin before, and a few moves back, we figured there was absolutely no way for black to make progress. But now it seems Jordan is making some progress, and he just made one more pawn move, yeah?
So you get to reset the counter, right?
Another 45 more moves. So why didn't he take out if he takes rook d7? What if he takes here, and then I guess rook somewhere?
Actually, the table base says it's a draw in this position after king takes h2. He could have taken the pawn.
Oh, and then he played bishop g3. Okay.
And the game is over as rook b3. Rook takes b3, a beautiful little stalemate trick there at the end to finish this one. A draw between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Jordan van Foreest.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Wesley, gotta ask you, we had big news yesterday. What were your feelings as a player that's participating in the candidate cycle?
Yeah, definitely shocking. I mean, I thought Magnus is still a big favorite. Lotte told me that maybe, Magnus just wants to go out and win. But he's clearly, by far, in my opinion, the strongest player. So it's very shocking. I mean, I can understand that he's played a lot of World Championship matches already. And he doesn't want to play, I guess, 14 classical games. And there's a lot of training involved. And maybe he wants to do other things. Yeah, definitely shocking. At the same time, I feel this will give other players more chances and more initiative. So
a player like you.
Yeah. I mean, I think Magnus has been #1 for 11 years, so it's quite depressing for other players. So now that he won't be part of the World Championship cycle, then it's a big sigh of relief. But it's definitely interesting because he's very young and he's got a lot of gas left on his tank. But We'll see what happens. He's here. So.
Absolutely. Well, Wesley, we'll let you go because we're a few minutes away from the round. Thank you for being with us. Let's go back to the studio and get ready for round number 2 of the day.
Thank you, Alejandro. Thank you, Wesley. We'll go to our standings. Miro, after round 4 is completed, and here they are. Oops.
I think
we have a technical problem.
No, we don't have any problem. Yeah, we have a tie for the first. That much I can tell you. So Wesley, after this win, catches up with Alireza. Right. And what's more important than the standings, Yasser, because it's a subject to change, but what's not changing is the fact that Q-Boutique has an offer today.
Let's do it. Tell us what's the special,
So
Miro.
this time, it's a lightweight cotton zip-up grey jacket with pockets and the Grand Chess Tour logo on the front left, as you can figure out. Well,
Very
sometimes
nice.
it's mirrored. But I made sure this one is on the left.
Well done.
If it's if it's responsible. So that's today's offer. I like those. I might be getting one myself.
Exactly. I'll go to Q-Boutique, stlouis.com, and that will be our feature. And as we go to break, we asked our players what their feelings are like playing in Zagreb, and these are their answers.
Welcome back to the Grand Chess Tour in Zagreb. How does it feel to be playing in this city?
It feels great. I mean, it's the continuation of the Grand Chess Tour. For me, in a way, it feels like the beginning of a new season because I took a long break after Bucharest. In that sense, it feels like I'm ready to start a new season. And of course, at the beginning, there's always some uncertainty because you never know how it will go. But then after a couple of rounds, you realize that it's all the same. It's as usual. So yeah, very much looking forward to this one.
It feels great, especially after the last year where I played quite a good chess, and this year I'll be able to play in both events, Rapid and Blitz, and I'm really looking forward to it. And for me personally, this is one of the most important tournaments in a year.
No, it's really great. I mean, I'm in a very vacational mood because also it's first time for me to visit Croatia. Really like it. It has this kind of volcanic. I feel the atmosphere of ex-Yugoslavian countries.
I played here every time a little bit strange tournaments, but I hope this year I can play a good tournament. I like Zagreb, and this year I can with my friends to enjoy from Zagreb, walk, and also I hope with my friends I will play much better.
I would say it's one of my favorite countries, probably mostly because of the southern part, like Split. It's just very nice. I mean, I really enjoy spending time there. But here in Zagreb is also like very nice city center, and we like to stay here. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to spend some time like walking around the city.
Oh yeah, it's great to be here actually again, since I was here last year as well. So yeah, it's just for me it's a big honor to be part of the Grand Chess Tour. It's all the biggest chess tour in the world, and all the best players are playing here. So for me, it's a big, opportunity to play against the best players in the world and to try and do my best here, let's say, and get some points with them.
Yeah, I like it here in Croatia. So I've been happy to go outside to, recognize a few spots I know here, and yeah, I hope to be able to not only play chess, play good chess, but also visit again this great town of Zagreb.
I'm very happy and pleased, and like to thank Grand Chess Tour, the sponsors and the organizer, for hosting another event. I had a pretty lackluster result in Poland, the same format, so I'm hoping to be able to bounce back. But I'm very excited this tournament is going to be stronger than ever, and very pleased to be here. Hopefully I put enough preparation to play well.
Yes, it feels great. I've been here once during European Team Championship. It was not organized here, but we took a car and came. It's a very good city, especially in summer. It feels very good, and the tournament is a very good quality tournament. So I'm happy to be here.
Feels very good to be here back in Zagreb. It's really one of my favorite cities. I had a great time here last time I was here. Now I arrived just yesterday, but I've had some time today to have a long walk and see the city again. And it's nice to be here. Very comfortable in terms of temperature as well. So yeah, it's good.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2020 Grand Chess Tour at Zagreb. Here are our standings after 4 rounds of play, Miro.
Yeah, so as we said, Alireza Firouzja is joined by Wesley So, who has won his game in 4th round. And then we have a 3-way tie for the 3rd between Magnus Carlsen, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Jordan van Foreest.
And our pairings for this round 5 feature the Firouzja MVL. I like that.
Yeah, that's an interesting derby. And then Mamedyarov faces Carlsen, Dominguez Topalov, Wesley So against Nepomniachtchi, and Jordan van Foreest is against Saric.
And I do assure you, Lanier has more points than that. We have the game between Firouzja and MVL, which I think is hilarious. And we're talking about trying to get an advantage in the opening. And I'm just going to have to ask Cristian whether anybody in the history of chess has ever played this line that Firouzja's essayed with H3 and G4.
Oh, absolutely.
No.
Great players have played it.
Come on.
Great players have played it. In fact, this is after H3, it has been played, let's see how many times, 33 times. And after G4, it was actually played only 3 times, but really good games. Karyakin versus Grishuk, Gledura versus Jeffrey Chong, and Goncharenko versus Perez Lopez, which I do believe it's a correspondence game. So this has definitely been played. What surprised me even more is that MVL came with this novelty, D5, in this obscure line of the Sicilian, H3, G4, and that actually made Alireza start thinking, this is what we have right now, Queen to E2 and Knight to C6. MVL keeps blitzing out his moves. This is the most impressive facet of this game right now that I'm seeing.
Is just his preparations.
Quick observation, Yasser. Quick observation. So yesterday we were talking about brilliant novelty by MVL in the Sicilian on move 6.
Right.
And guess what? He just beat it by playing D5, that same move, D5, but 1 move earlier. In a different position, to be fair, but still, a novelty on move 5.
Incredible.
Impressive, impressive. The preparation, even for something as obscure, 33 games out of, I don't know, 6 million in our database. H3G, I haven't seen it in D5. And, well, the wonderful thing is that after Queen E6 check, Queen E2, Knight C6, D3, we actually have a full-fledged game. The pieces are all on the board, they're flying. Queens can be traded, of course, but if you allow white the opportunity of playing bishop E3, you might end up with an embarrassed queen on E6. So if we do take, first impressions are that I kind of like whites. I like my king in the center with the queens off the board. What's your take?
Yeah, well,
did white get something?
Honestly, I wanted to compare with the line with second move G3, you know, in the Sicilian, and
E4,
there
C5,
you get the Queen E6 check and so on. And in comparison, yeah, maybe if we could just, you know, show it very quickly. Yeah, I think G3 is the move. No, the second move G3, it does exist, and then black goes D5.
Exactly. Takes.
Captures, Queen takes, Knight F3. I'm not sure what the move is yet. Bishop G4, Bishop G2, and then you have this check.
Queen E6 check. In
and
fact, I
they
played
go
this.
King F1.
I played this as white on a number of occasions in Blitz, online Blitz, not in
tournament. Then you go H3, G4. So we do get some parallels with what we have on the board.
So how do we feel about what MVL decided to do? And that is H5. Now, where do you put the king as white in this type of situations? I'm not going to take on E2. I'm going to allow you to take on E6 and exchange the queens on my own terms. So I want to wait for you to do that. H5, probably G5 has to follow.
G5,
you cannot take on H5.
Well, this is the key moment, right?
If I'm going other options?
Yeah, if I'm going to play the
But what's
middle
the follow-up? That's
with,
the question. What's the follow-up?
With the queens on the board, takes
on H1.
You can take on G4, I'll take on C5.
But I'm not even sure I want to take on G4.
Fair, that's okay.
What if I go G6?
G6. I may ask you the question,
Okay, now I take. Now that you're forcing my hand, I will take.
Okay, so...
Then a trade and take on C5, yeah?
Something like this.
Then bishop H6, maybe.
Bishop h6 maybe.
Even though maybe actually no, bishop g7. Let's just play bishop g7. Normal moves.
Yeah, normal moves would.
You can still not castle, right?
Right.
So I might as well. Now castle myself. Can I do that? You take that. I take on d3. How
okay,
do we...
castles yourself.
That's,
Take
on d3 and
bishop rook c3.
Yeah, bishop e4, rook c3, and we perhaps have to stop there because we are far away from the actual positions on the board.
Well, okay, so h5, kind of throwing down a challenge to white. Do you allow me to take on g4, or do you want to play g4, g5? Looks like g5 on the board. Is that clear?
Apparently, yes.
Yeah. All right.
I think we have some transmission errors, but g5 seems
g5
to be on the board.
Okay.
Yeah, and we'll.
And we do have that.
He's not seated.
He's not at the board.
From the camera, it looked like Firouzja is sitting, so he must be thinking about the move, but he did play g5.
So what do we expect now? g6 and bishop g7.
Yeah, g6 looks very attractive since you stabilized the queen, the king side. Maybe you're not afraid anymore of white, kind of avoiding the queen trade. Right. You play g6, bishop g7, castle short.
Well, one of the nice things about provoking the pawn to g5 is that I'm never really threatening to take on e6 and jump with my knight to g5 anymore. Okay, so g6. I want to embarrass this queen because I'm just thinking that the queen is sitting on the diagonal that the bishop wants to occupy. So say bishop e3, bishop g7, c2, c3. Gift me the pawn.
Yeah, but can I?
I'm really hoping that I provoke this move. I'm not saying it's a good or bad move, but at least I have ideas.
Yeah, knight d2, I do like white's position.
A little bit.
And guys, just while MVL is out, maybe doing his thing, Magnus might be in some trouble.
Magnus versus Shek?
Against Mamedyarov. He's taking some very enterprising risks by playing the Grunfeld. He seems to be, maybe not in his preparation, but quite comfortable with the position. Nevertheless, that pawn on d6 makes a great impression for white.
Yes.
What if I just simply go bishop to g5 now?
e6, d6, and well, bishop d7, yeah?
Bishop to g5 now.
Why not? I mean, this is a typical way to try to create some weaknesses in your position.
Okay, let's...
You don't. So you don't play f6.
Yeah, I kind of like to keep this bishop diagonal open for a moment.
Yeah, but how do we reply to bishop e7 then?
Rook to e8.
Rook e8, yeah, and I was hoping for some knight jumps, like knight e4.
Problem is you jump, I jump, right?
Yeah, knight g5 maybe, and try to get the other knight to e4.
Knight e4, let's say bishop g7.
It looks somewhat dangerous, no?
Knight f6 check or this knight, yeah?
Yes, something of that sort.
Yeah. Perhaps start with knight g5. I think that was a smart way. I don't know about putting the bishop on e7. This always feels a bit dangerous, double-edged for me.
But bishop d7 on the board, bishop g5.
Bishop f4 was played.
Oh, bishop f4 was played.
Maybe he was obliged to play f6 because that the variation that we just played through where you put a knight on f6, that definitely felt uncomfortable to me. So maybe bishop g5 I would have met with hindsight with the move f6. Bishop f4 right away. Ideas of knight e5. Tell me what you want to do. Bishop c6. I want to put my knight on d5. This knight on b6, I'm not happy. It needs to work.
Yeah. And maybe it does, yeah. Even after knight e5, maybe you do not care that much about the bishop on c6. You just get knight d5.
You can help yourself, right? Help yourself to the bishop. For example, knight e5, knight d5. If you like to take...
Pawn takes, the question is, well, what kind of position is that, yeah?
I should be okay. Bishop c6 on the board, by the way.
The other thing, yes, after knight e5, could it be that we take with the bishop and then go f6? because sometimes it is a valid thing to do, right?
I see these Benoni players playing bishop takes c3, so they can take a pawn on e4 or something, and it's like, wow. Bishop takes e5, bishop takes e5, f6.
F6.
And
there's
then you
also
want
queen
to play
g5, which I'm not kind of have mixed feelings about it. Like queen g5, yeah, would be nice to say it wins, it doesn't. Yeah, bishop g3.
Yeah, fortunately I don't have to
bishop
resign.
g3, but maybe, and now I don't know, I put one rook on d8 and then try to claim that I'm not that scared of you. Yeah.
Yeah, just there is still this half-open A file. Weird things may still be afoot. But definitely an intriguing position. What else is going on?
A lot of very aggressive Sicilians are going on, actually, in the game between Van Foreest and Saric. Check this out. It looks like some sort of a dragon, but this is a super weird dragon. And check how we got this position. So we see this bishop to b5, bishop d7, bishop to e2. Now we go d4 and open up the Sicilian. And we have this position. Bishop comes to c6, impending the action of the rook on the c file. I don't necessarily like this move, bishop to c6. Because also, I feel like f3 actually helps white to improve his position. And this is what we have right now. It does feel like we're most likely going to see a melee. You're going to attack me on the queen side. You're getting ready to go b5, b4, and try to open up the position there. I'm going to try to open up the position on the king side, h4, h5, or with g5 first. That's the first Sicilian that I'm having my eyes on. Another one is this Dominguez versus Topalov. Topalov bringing out the guns early on. And this is currently the position that we have a Najdorf in this one as well. Bishop to e3, e6, g4. We have I think it's called the Keres attack with an early g4. This is the position we have right now. Only one game was played between Harshit Raja and Antova in 2018. So quite unexplored line that is. And Nepo just doing Nepo things, getting better position with the black pieces out of the opening against Wesley So. And Wesley's down to his 17 minutes, while Nepo has 25 minutes. So definitely big preparation for Nepo. Seems to have given him the advantage in this one with the black pieces.
Thank you for that, Christian. One of the things that Garry Kasparov pointed out and in an interview that we had with him about the candidates is he said, I forgot that in your preparation for a World Championship match, you're creating libraries and you can kind of carry all of those novelties and ideas that you made for the match into your next tournaments. And we're seeing that with Nepo, whether it be in his Petrov or even in his game today with Wesley. He's got a very comfortable position, and he's got the muscles from the World Championship match preparation, Miro.
So that was the case in candidates, right? That was the case in candidates.
By the way, as we were coming on the air, I was talking with Miro about, well, everybody's talking about the abdication of the World Championship match throne, and you had a brilliant, witty comment that you had caught from Michael Tal.
Yeah, that's the one.
And it was.
So, well, just stumbled on this on some social media, but yeah, so that Magnus, in fact, he went for another title, the most pleasant title in chess, the title of ex-world champion, and the point is that that's the title you hold for life. You don't really have to defend it, you cannot lose it. Yeah, so that was
a
it.
Very,
and I
very
really
nice
liked
title.
It. Yeah.
I mean, an accumulation of titles by Magnus Carlsen. He's been the World Blitz champion, he's been the World Rapid champion.
Ex-champion.
But now he's also the World X-champion, and
yet.
he can't lose it.
He still is.
And he can't
lose before the match is played, right?
And I love this, these really, really ultra-sharp Sicilians that we have between Lanier and Veselin, where I think that with Lanier especially too, we're talking about a very, very well-prepared theoretician, and I always liked to see these theoretical battles. What's your first take when you see a very sharp Keres attack position like this?
Yeah, well,
I mean, do you start thinking about knight d5
I'm not
ideas?
sure anymore, yes, because, well, it was Topalov debating these positions with both colors, I believe. Like, there was this Topalov-Kasparov, and then Kramnik beat Topalov, Kramnik lost to Topalov. It was all those, like, very sharp Sicilians.
Right.
Not exactly that. So it was with f2, f3, right? But also pushing the kingside pawns and so on. And back then, it looked like they've established like a very narrow path of very good moves. And later on, with the computers, it turns out, well, on every single move you have an alternative.
That's the problem.
So now I look at this position, I like white. I think white is like getting somewhere.
Developed
and just run a computer engine and it would say, no, black is okay with, I don't know, 5 different moves, which might not be true.
Remarkable. Cristian, in the game between Lanier and Veselin, are we still in theoretical waters?
Well, there's been one game played in the year
only.
I was born, the great 1991. So
the great 1991.
It's been a while since this position has been played, for good reasons probably, because after f4, it just doesn't seem like black is getting their attack going, right? You have this nice pawn on a3, stopping any sort of initiative on the queen side, and I'm just pushing my pawns. f4, defending the pawn on g5, I'm going to follow it up with h5, g6, open you up on the king side. And unfortunately, once again, I don't see your initiative on the queen side. This is what concerns me about the position. And you were mentioning, Miro, that the computers might be saying that black is fine. Black is not fine.
So
black
not for
right now
position.
is in dire straits after move f4, queen e2, castle. I have time as white. So definitely liking what Dominguez is doing in this one. And maybe we can jump back to Magnus's game, because some things have changed in that position as well.
Magnus followed your advice, Miro.
Poor Magnus.
Poor Magnus. Will he recover? Join us, premier subscribers. Knight e5, bishop takes e5. Here I was kind of I was about to make or attempting to make an argument for the move knight d5, inviting a very different type of pawn structure, if you will, allow me for a moment. It's not a white pawn on d6 or a black pawn on d6.
But maybe, you know what, maybe he's not capturing, so he takes on c6 in this position. He goes bishop g3. You're welcome to take c3, but then at least d6 is like, exists for sure, and also you get in some weak pawns yourself. Rook c1, rook c6, this I kind of like for white.
Exactly. And also, in terms of novelties, I think bishop g5 had actually been played before. Bishop f4 seems, at least from the Lee chess database that I have in front of me, a novelty. Bishop c6, bishop takes. This is where you had kind of like made this idea. He didn't go for queen g5 though. He just said,
queen d7, make it that the d pawn is slowly
slowly.
Maybe e5.
I'll play knight d5, bishops of opposite color. But here's the point: asset or liability? The pawn on d6, for the moment at least, looks great. He's just played queen d. Did he hang his pawn?
D3 and
queen d3 or
d8.
d8.
He did hang his pawn on a7.
But knight c8.
Knight c8 is coming.
Is what he wants to do.
Rook takes a7, knight c8 is... apologies, just finish it off.
I think you can take
and no...
There is no pin, right?
No,
d7 is protected, so
exactly.
Rook
d1, there's no pin. The knight can simply move.
Right now.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that there was nothing there. Rook d8 on the board.
But knight to c8 is still a threat, so how do you defend against that is the question.
Right, so if I start with rook d1 and you go knight c8, eventually you will be threatening e5. Can I disturb you with b4 and b5?
Yeah, maybe b4.
You can try. a6.
But then a6, right?
That looks like a kind of a
we are not
universal answer.
Huh?
And once again, I think black is the one that got helped by this sequence.
Exactly so.
Well, actually, it's not that easy to play with white all of a sudden. Yeah, you do have this beautiful pawn on d6, but what's the follow-up?
Right?
Maybe time to pull the brakes.
Bail out.
Bail out.
Knight, wait a sec, some knight e4 thing? I'm probably blundering bishop b5, even though I'm not sure.
Bishop
yeah,
b5?
bishop b5, some queen move, I'm not sure which one, and knight c5, yeah, and who knows. Knight f6, yeah,
I was thinking
that's also
of
a pleasant
95, right?
Well, it would be very nice if I got a chance to do that.
Ah, yeah, but knight b5 is
well, so it looks at least like Shaq has to answer
Rook
some
A
questions.
to D1 was played.
He played rook A1.
A to D1. So he keeps the rook on F1.
I think he wants to put the rooks on the central files, and then basically once you play the move E5, in all the scenarios, I'm going to meet that with the move F4 as well. So knight to C8, I go rook to E1. I wait for you to go the E5, and then I go F4. And try to bail out like this.
Even that's not clear to me, because your bishop is going to be kind of hanging, right? E5, F4, let's say queen takes.
But now I have queen c4.
Queen c4 check.
Yeah, that's
queen
a
c4
very
check.
important little check.
That is a very important little check.
Yeah,
takes, knight.
Knight f5, same
Queen
check
c4
available, and then e6. Yeah.
Now it's starting to get a little bit tricky for her.
Have you ever
the scene that the d6 pawn
like
may transfer
d6, you know,
to
d6, and we are calling it a very strong pawn and so on, and then Black finally wins it, but now it's a e6, which is a very strong pawn. Black has to care about.
Yeah, Black finally wins it. You know, no, that's a very unusual sequence that is not anything I'm very familiar with. And probably after rook e1, I rushed the move e5, and oops, excuse me, I did that wrong. Let me just refresh my board. I've got the wrong situation on my board. Excuse me for this. After rook d1, knight c8.
That's what we said.
Rook to e1. I probably rushed with e5 and things like that. Maybe I should just
maybe move the queen,
and
double
then,
on the d file,
and then play e5 in this much more slow fashion, so that I don't fall victim to a
and
queen c4
that is
check.
the key word right now. Black has to just be patient in the position, corral the pawn on d6, and then go on and try to put pressure on it. Now, let's take a look at what Alireza is doing, because I have a feeling he's taking over right now against MVL, and that's a huge match for the standings.
It truly is.
So MVL ended up trading the queens the moment we were discussing g6.
But how do we feel about this endgame? Because I'm seeing white opening things up with a4, creating a lot of weaknesses in black's position. And I don't see a very good response for black alternatively. So it's not looking good to my eyes.
C3,
not at all.
And then, a4 is
if I can blow up the queen side, and especially with a rook on a1, white will be for choice.
He'll have to reply with b4, I'm guessing.
Exactly.
So you're forced to go b4 once I go a4.
Some move, like bishop, I don't know, b6 perhaps?
Yeah, bishop e7, maybe knight d5.
Yeah. So
it's a little awkward. Okay, so bishop d6.
Bishop d6, a4, right?
I like it. I like it very much for
You go b4, I go rook h c1, right?
Exactly.
Rook h to c1.
Now I have a big threat. I think I'm threatening to take on b4, right?
And
perhaps
maybe
a5
is
some threat.
Even I'm not adverse. I like your move rook c1. Nothing wrong with that move. But I'm also not averse to stopping knight a5 forever and ever. And really, I've played these positions as white, colors reversed, like my whole career. And I've done very, very well with them. Very successful, these setups.
It doesn't seem like you have a good follow-up as black. Anything you move weakens the position in one way. If you move the knight, I can take on b4 and then take over the c file.
This is the current position. We think that a4, Alireza, as you said, could be taking over, and he would be flying. I mean, forget the candidates. I mean, this is a new event.
It happened. That's a new event.
Never event. I mean, and with Wesley So, with Wesley under a little pressure in his game with Nepo, that would be well received. And how is Jordan Van Foreest doing?
Yeah, Jordan Van Foreest against Saric, right?
Yeah.
That one is wild right now. There's a rook on c3 hanging. Obviously, you cannot take it, but still, there's a rook on c3. and there are some checkmates coming your way as well as black. For example, what if I go f5?
f4, f5, right here, right now.
Why not? Let's open things up. f5 followed by f6 or g6.
You know, there's a wonderful story of Miguel Najdorf where he explains that he had defeated Alexander Alekhine in a blindfold simul.
He took on h5? What?
And he defeated Alekhine by sacrificing a rook on c3 that was not taken, and then he sacrificed his rook on a3. So it's the first time I ever get to show the idea that rook c3 could not be captured, rook a3 could not be captured, but in this case maybe it can.
No, it cannot. Yes, it's a beautiful, beautiful idea. Okay, maybe it can. Yeah, king a1.
And I don't.
It's a check on b1. What is a nice move, but you take with the rook.
Yes.
Rook b1.
Yes.
Rook takes queen d2, and you have a check, right? And who checkmates whom? I mean, it goes on, by the way. Because
Right,
knight
exactly.
d8, you take it with a check,
Right.
king g7, and there's
F6
still kind of a lot of threats, right? It's crazy. f6, yeah, but the rooks are not very threatening.
Right, and you're just hoping for things.
Is
So
this just a
anyway,
perpetual at this point?
it's a funny line, but it was a wonderful story
Yeah,
of
like
Miguel Knight, rook c3, rook
a3.
a3. But he took on h5. He did not play f5.
But
Bishop
now I
h-
go rook a3, right?
Yeah,
Once
and
again.
now rook a3 is actually a valid move.
Right.
For the very same reason that if you take go king a1, this rook b1 still works.
Bravo, bravo. Are you familiar with the story? Who's telling the story here? You're doing very well, Miro, with the story. King b1.
Yeah, rook b1. I think it does work. Yeah.
Okay, so let's. I think that line is forced. Rook to b1.
What an
take rook
extraordinary
b8.
line.
Rook
If you don't go
takes-
rook b8, it feels like actually
Queen
it's
takes
black who has the
queen, yeah.
advantage.
Check on b8, take the knight, yeah.
But do you get to cover c3 here? Because you go rook c8. I have missed
not rook b8, but rook c8. you mean.
rook c8,
But
queen
then I
d4.
give you a check.
And here, it's almost like you need to play here so that you get to attack the bishop somehow, and then
But then rook to b1 is a problem.
a remarkable sequence. And after bishop takes h5, I think Ivan did something
Knight takes
else.
h5.
Knight takes
Knight
h5.
takes h5. Hang on, what's
Okay.
knight h5?
Well, maybe we get the sequence with rook a3.
No, wait a second.
Knight takes five.
Okay, it doesn't make any sense, but I mean, any other move doesn't make sense, right? We have
Clear,
to take.
we have to take.
And then what does he do?
Rook a3 again.
Rook
the
a3,
whole...
but isn't white faster somehow?
Well, that is mate in
Rook
two.
a2.
You mean rook takes...
No, rook h7 doesn't
Rook
really
a2,
work,
yeah?
Queen, wait a sec, queen d4, you take a go b3. Can this be right?
Okay.
Because it does stop you for quite some time, right?
But pause, because I have b3.
No, don't make me calculate this stuff, please.
Yeah,
no.
it's like...
Please, no.
This is not the lazy man's... you know, it's funny. He inspired so many people, Michael Tall. But that was the type of move that he would play.
Without much calculation, right?
And everybody was just frozen after this. So you wanted to say that rook a2, b3
Yeah, I was hoping that
is
this
a kind of a
is-
showstopper?
Yeah.
But is that true? Really,
I'm not
Miro?
sure. Rook takes h7,
And you
I
get there
was
first.
I'm not sure again. I mean, you can't
Check.
be sure because there is a check. Yeah, trade everything,
I
take
see.
h7. Yeah, so that's a crazy position.
We're having too much fun with what's going on over here, Christian. Clear our cobwebs. What's happening in this crazy game between Jordan and Even.
It seems like knight takes h5 was in fact a big blunder. Now the engine is saying that white has a decisive advantage, +7.
Wow.
Now forget about the +7 and whatnot.
Yeah.
This is a position between two humans, and there's a lot of checkmates hanging in the air. But what I was looking at was the variation that we were looking at, which was proposed by the engine as well, saying that this is in fact quite okay for a black. This position, take. Sorry, not with the rook on h5.
With the knights on the board, yeah.
This position.
Crazy.
With the knight still on g7. And we were looking at rook to c8, and there's a hidden motif right now. So first, you go queen to g2.
What?
Attack the rook on h1, and then take advantage of the fact that the rook on c8.
No,
the rook has
queen
to move
h3.
somewhere, and queen to h3. Attacking both the bishop and the rook. Very difficult motif to see and spot from afar, and this actually would have given black the advantage if you go rook to c8. You have to go rook to b8 and force black to give some sort of a perpetual. In that position, rook to h5, this is what we have right now in the position, and if you are Saric and you're seeing a checkmating attack coming in the next couple of moves, because queen to d4, as you guys were pointing out, followed by rook takes h7, that's going to lead to a checkmate. You have to do something fast. Rook to a3 makes the most sense to my eyes in the position. You can try to go b3 first, but then I can just simply take, right? And that's not, that might be problematic. Also, I can just simply take and then run with the king. So rook to a3 is in fact on the board. Let's see how white Van Foreest is going to react to this one.
Well, we think the queen d4, rook a2.
Queen d4 is a draw.
Queen d4 is a draw.
Right.
Actually,
that was our calculation.
The best move in the position is in fact king to c1.
King to c1 is the winning move. Stop it.
King to c1?
Yeah, of course.
That's the last thing I'm thinking about. King c1, rook a2.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm wondering.
So it's basically a mutual Zugzwang almost. Stay with me for a second. If you take on a2, I go queen to d3.
Threatening.
And now you're getting checkmated on h7. I'm waiting for you to react. If you start with rook to d4, with queen to d4, sorry, the move that you guys wanted to make.
Right.
Now it's black's time to wait. So after queen to d4, I will take on a2. You go b3, right? And now I'm waiting for you to take on h7. So I'm going to go rook to b5, let's say, with some sort of a threat. Rook takes d5, I think, is a threat. If you do take on h7, I have rook to a1 first.
Right.
And then we go into this endgame.
Exactly.
So I'm waiting for you to put your rook on pre so that I can give this check rook to a1 and force the exchange of the pieces, major pieces.
And the move king c1...
It's a ridiculous move.
requires
really
you to play rook a2.
It's the only move that wins in the position.
And
now you have queen d3. That's the Zugzwang I'm
So you're waiting for the rook to leave the third rank, and then you play. Well,
I mean, that's too sophisticated.
It's ridiculous.
I don't see it
King
being
c1 is just such a move that you rebel against.
If he finds it, check his pockets.
Exactly. Arbiter. But mutual Zugzwang, explain to our viewers how you would... He's reaching for his king!
And it's not king a1, I can promise you.
It's not king a1. Holy smokes, Arbiter. Explain to our viewers understand, and he's done it.
Oh my
What is Zugzwang, but what's mutual Zugzwang? This is a crazy concept. From Zugzwang, we understand.
Yeah, it comes from those studies, made-up positions, where each side doesn't want to move, basically, right?
Exactly.
So each move, well, the Zugzwang is like you are to move, and each move kind of worsens your position, right? Leads to some unpleasant consequences. But there are exceptional positions in theory of endgames, especially, right? When neither side wants to move. Like we get, well, the simplest would be the opposition in the king and pawn versus king endgame, right? So I'm to move, I'm not winning, right? You're to move, you're losing. Yeah, well, these things.
Yeah, so one of the ways I thought of Zugzwang when I was growing up is this idea that I've put my pieces all on their best squares. They're ideal. But now it's my move, and I have to lessen one of them. I have to move one of my pieces off of its ideal square. So I don't want to do that. I'm in Zugzwang. I have to worsen my position. But mutual Zugzwang, man, that's rough. Neither side wants to move because they worsen your position. King C1,
and this
remarkable
actually just finishes the game, right?
What a move!
Because I have a big threat. I'm threatening to take your rook now.
Now you're finally threatening to take the rook because it's no longer a discovered check.
If you stay on the third rank, I'm going to double up on the H file, and you're going to get checkmated.
So if I
well, actually, let's take a
see
look.
if that's true.
Because queen takes a2 is a big threat as well.
So if you're not playing rook takes a2 and queen d3.
Yeah, wait, but you can go queen e2, attack the rook, and if he captures, you go queen d3 anyway, right? Rook f4, queen d3, same thing.
Right.
So let's stay on g3 in that case.
Well, then I was really afraid.
He goes back to c3.
Back to c3. Back to c3 he goes.
Something similar. I was afraid that rook g3 would only encourage queen h2.
Yes.
And then I land on h7.
You know, after rook c3.
Rook c3.
I'd be tempted to say I had enough and go king b1.
With understanding, you know, like a forced repetition. Rook c3. Well, but does that move possess a threat?
Perfectly honest, everything wins for white.
Queen d4,
Queen
right?
to d4, yeah.
That's the move. You just kind of get out of dodge. You're kind of opening up ideas of rook h7 and to take the rook, frankly.
All right, so queen takes a2.
Queen takes a2?
I think we take the rook.
You just no. You take the rook, really?
Why not? I'm rook up. I'm enjoying being rook up.
You are rook up. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Wait a second.
I enjoy being a rook up.
For how long I'm enjoying? I actually missed this rook d1, queen d5 thing.
Right. Take on c3. Rook d1.
Yeah, so takes on c3, obviously. Yeah, but I thought the game's over. You have queen d5.
Takes d5.
Yeah?
Now
Queen
you go
to
queen
d3. Queen
no, if you
d3.
go there, I don't think you have any checkmates.
No, unfortunately, that's
queen
right.
g2, right?
Check on g2.
How do you escape the checks?
That would be.
Do I escape the checks? Yeah, that's.
Yes, you do. Queen to e2, queen d5, and now king e1. There is no more queen to h1.
Yeah.
That's a goodie. Your h1 is covered.
So somehow you escape.
Wow, you know, that's a fancy footwork. You know, that's like a little dance around the board by the white king. Rook c3. You got to give Ivan Saric credit. That is quite a sharp move. But also taking the rook. I understand a rook ahead, but can I do?
Queen d4, queen a2.
What is your big threat there, right? Can I do
it?
Can I go for the checkmate?
No, but queen takes a2 is a big threat,
Yeah,
right?
queen d4, queen takes a2, and queen e2, right? You want to take on h7 anyway?
Or queen e4.
Yeah, let's say queen e4 is got a safer way of achieving more or less the same.
Right, I want to get my queen on this diagonal so that I land with the queen on h8. So queen d4, queen a2, queen e4.
Yeah, but then now it just resigns, yeah? So what?
Well, that certainly beats the perpetual check.
King f8.
Now you run, king f8.
King f8, king e8.
You know what Joe Louis said?
Hey, let me run.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Let me run.
He can run, but he can't. Rook e1?
This is not looking great.
Not looking great. By the way, Jordan Van Foreest would be on a tear because against MVL, he was enjoying a two-pawn advantage, and it was a very...
But will he find queen to d4?
And look, if you find king c1,
yeah,
I mean, hats off. Queen d4 is an easier find than king c1. Wow, king c1. And by the way, we like to announce that Ding Liren will join us in about 20 minutes, Skyping in and giving us his reactions to the wonderful news. He may be involved in a €2 million World Championship match. How important was that last round victory over?
There was a lot of things happening for Ding Liren, like entering the candidates he had to play, like he was qualified by rating, but had to play a bunch of
25
games.
at the very last minute, all arranged in China, raised a lot of suspicions, but hey, that qualified him. Then he was in a cellar. The first half went completely wrong, including his opening round loss against Nepo with white. But he fought and fought and fought his way back, and a very deserved second place finish. Yes, he will be joining us in 20 minutes, and his reactions to the news that Magnus is abdicating is going to be very interesting.
Speaking of
Yes,
Magnus
let's
and
say
other games, this one is very exciting.
This is wonderful, but yes.
All 5 games are in progress.
I wanted to go to the MVL game for Firouzja.
Well, actually, speaking of bailing out...
yeah, somehow MVL is in there with a shout. Magnus against Shakriar. The pawn on d6 is still on the board, by the way.
But yeah, but Magnus is an exchange up, right? So the question remains if he's able to surround the d6 pawn.
Sharp eye, Miro.
Really? Right? Yeah, I can tell
Magnus.
the rook from the bishop. Yeah, I'm just making sure.
Yeah, true that. But what you said, it's not so easy to round up this pawn. I do
bishop
see
f2, bishop c5 comes.
And that bishop will be anchored for
Rook
life.
c8 or rook to b8 is on the board.
Rook to b8.
Rook to b8.
Rook
Yes.
b8. Magnus, I have to say he's capable of finding moves, yes.
Yes, because I was about to warm up to Shakriar's position. Shak puts the bishop on c5, and it's
very good.
It's very nice.
Yeah.
Rook b8.
So that rook c8 is possible in some cases, but also
Bishop to f2
just take the
still
b pawn.
was played. Now,
Bishop f2
how
on
does
the
he
board.
plan on meeting rook takes b4? Does he just want to give up
like
that
bishop
pawn and go
c5.
bishop c5 and follow it up with the other pawn coming to b4?
Yeah, maybe that's the recipe, yeah? Bishop.
We do have bishop f2 on the board.
But bishop c5, rook to c4 worries me a little bit.
But really, I mean, I'm kind of stunned that I can't just play queen c7 and d7, guys.
Always gonna
Queen
be
c7,
some
rook c4
rook
maybe?
c4, all those dynamic
Rook
stuff.
c4.
Yeah.
Okay, because here I had this beautiful idea of d7 and to try to make you cry.
Guys.
But bishop, rook to c4, bishop
Something
to c5.
else makes me cry, guys.
What happened?
When Foreest and Saric, they're repeating the
Oh,
way
no.
I said.
No.
King b1, king c1. Please
Okay,
no.
so you do have this
Please
great
no.
influence that you were unaware of.
You called it. You called it.
No, but please no, bro. I mean,
that would be
very
really funny.
sad. Yeah.
I cannot believe they're going for that. Impressive.
Sorry, you were going to say rook c4. So once again, if I was
Queen c7,
rook c4,
rook to c4,
bishop to c5,
and then
my dream, of course,
your
is this.
dream comes true, but does
If you
it?
go back, then I do your
No, wait,
the
maybe I
b4.
give a check and go forward. In fact,
Oh, I beg your pardon.
like rook c1, if king h2, maybe some queen f5 happens.
I agree with.
They did.
No,
It's a draw.
Look at those big smiles as both players are kind of disbelieving of what just took place. One of the most unusual
Disbelief, yes.
repetitions I've ever seen. I gotta tell you, rook a3, rook c3. Jump in, Cristian. If you've seen something as remarkable as that, share.
No. It's
Share.
just ridiculous, and it goes to show how exciting rapid chess is, right? Because in a classical game, I have to say, he would have found queen to d4.
I think
By the
so.
way, the clock ticking down, and you having to make sure you're not giving away any checks. That king run, king to d2, king to e1, it wasn't easy to find, right?
No.
Allowing queen to a2 on the board comes with its own risks and consequences, and they're not easy to take with only 5 minutes on the clock. We've seen king to b1, king to c1. What can we do?
Wonderful. By the way, I want to say Wesley, we thought that things had gone against him, and they have. He is a pawn down in a rook ending. But in a rook ending, I would say that's very likely to be drawn. And so Wesley keeps chugging along, you know, mixing a few wins
a
with
couple
some
of draws,
and finds himself in the thick of the leadership.
But that's
I
the
think
way
right
he
now
does
it's
it.
all about this game between Mamedyarov and Magnus, because this one could swing things at the top for sure.
And Nepo. And by the way, just checking on the game between Lanier Dominguez, Vesel and Topalov. Once again, we have a position that's really kind of blowing up. I don't even know how else to describe it other than one of the sharp Sicilians where
blowing
it's
up,
all
but
about
not,
calculation.
Not in black's favor.
Not in black's favor.
I don't think this is in black's favor. Like rook's hanging. I mean, such a bishop on d4.
Okay, rook's hanging. I move the rook. Show me.
You move the rook.
I'm not waiting. I really want to play knight c4.
So what if I go queen f2?
Queen to f2.
Yeah, like targeting f6.
And f7.
And f7, yeah.
Both.
And actually, my main idea was to go b4, but that's probably not the... Yeah, maybe b4 actually wins a piece.
There is also noticing that the rook is on h3. I mean,
but that helps me because
you know, and just
I was gonna play knight c4, and I was gonna make some false statement that I don't mind being an exchange down after bishop f6, but I began to believe I did mind being an exchange down. Whoa.
Magnus down to his last 3 minutes.
Let's jump to
let's
Magnus.
jump to Magnus's game.
It's 3 minutes and Mamedyarov 9 minutes on the clock. So huge time difference in this one.
Queen takes ace in response to rook and rook to d. Well, first of all, the bishop's not on c5. The pawn's not on d4.
But can I put it right now? Bishop
yes.
c5.
I wouldn't want to see the bishop anchored. Bishop c5, rook
b3
rook b3, just to prevent this bishop from being nicely ensconced on the c5 square, b2, b4.
And then queen to c6. How do we respond to that?
Bishop c5, rook b3,
and
queen
then
to c6. Good
I'm still eyeing for that square that you mentioned. You want to go to c7. That's the square I want to get to.
Exactly.
But then maybe you can create this rook to d7 fortress. And maybe that's why he played rook to d8.
Well, for me, the move rook to d8 was all about kind of keeping that d pawn under a watchful eye. You don't want it ever to get to d7 right now. There's a pin along the 6th rank. But I was thinking, you know, you want to kind of put your pieces, maybe rook to d7, king g7. Sorry, what is the time? So you were warning me that
8
Magnus
minutes
was
versus
less than 3 minutes.
For both sides?
No, 8
for
minutes for Mamedyarov.
8 minutes.
And 2 minutes and 49 seconds for Magnus.
Yeah, well, but to be fair, it's not that Mamedyarov can make a lot of progress immediately. Like, indeed, if you just put the rook on d7 with black, try to be solid. It's not like you are running any serious risk of losing or falling apart.
Well, I'm thinking that if we do go bishop c5 and we do see rook b3, and for example, if we do see a queen c6, king g7, if we get some position like this, I'm not saying that this is a great play for either side. At a certain moment, when his king is all nice and comfy, black starts to think about h5 and g4, and he starts to think, hey, look, I'm an exchange up. My rook on b3 might actually be really, really good. And, you know, maybe we've been a little... Here we go, queen a5.
Well, actually attacking both rooks. Rook to b8.
Okay.
But this kind of allows, right? Kind of allows bishop c5, b4 setup.
That's the dream. Once you get bishop c5 and b4, and he's going for it, then the exchange. I think you just know that the bishop on c5 and the pawn on b4, the pawn on d6, pardon me, are worth an exchange. Whether it's advantage, that's a different question. Cool. Sorry, I wanted to just
A lot of things have changed, by the way, guys, in the Dominguez versus Topalov game.
Yeah.
Everything. Not very consequential, at least not up to this point towards the standings, but still a very sharp game. Knight to d7 and... First of all, after queen to f2, can you go back just 1 second? How did he defend everything?
How did he defend
Topalov, that is, because there were so many threats in the position. So he played rook to f8, okay. And White decided not to go for the exchange with bishop to f6.
He never had the chance.
No, he never had a chance. He played queen f2 1 move late. Yes.
Well, rook f8 and knight d7 stopped these threats. King b7 was quite the challenging move, I must say. Looks very strange to walk into a number of pins. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Rook c8. Okay, bishop g2 is hanging. Sorry, I beg your pardon. I was looking at bishop c5 and rook f7. But
oh, no. I figured out what it was. We were looking at the position, but we thought it is white to move. After queen takes g5, king b1. But it was, in fact, black to move.
Well, I went rook e8.
Yeah, Yasser went rook e8, and that's how
we got into that whole queen f2.
Got it.
Right. So he went rook f8 instead, much superior move. And we reached this moment with bishop h3. Ooh, that's a scary looking move.
Quite a few pins. I have
yeah, like crisscrosses and pins on this and rook c7. And Veselin says, please do your worst.
Rook takes f7. Okay.
Let me try. Rook takes f7, queen takes f7, queen h5 is a little bit of a hit, right?
Mm-hmm. Well,
I think black's in here with a shout.
Black is better already.
Yeah. Okay.
And perhaps you can even start with queen to h5. Leave the queen on f2 so that you can target it with knight to e4. Win a tempo like that.
Oh. That's pretty. I like that queen h5.
Maybe you can start queen h5, force. I think you're forcing rook to h1.
There is a peshki hanging here and here. So rook f1, and this is where you like this rambunctious.
Let's play with tempo. Play with tempo, and knight to g3 coming. This is starting to look really good for black, guys.
Remarkable. Okay, well, keep an eye on this one. I'm sorry that I have to just go back to
Magnus.
To Magnus's game.
Because there's a pawn on d7. And by the way, queen to h5 in that game is on the board.
Queen h5. Magnus, under pressure? What's going on here?
1 minute and 50 seconds for Magnus.
Wait a second, after d7?
That is a massive pawn on d7.
What's going on?
Yeah, well, I'm looking at bishop e7, bishop b6 ideas.
Can you bail out? Rook to a8?
Rook to a8. Bail out.
Some sort of a bailout situation.
Wait a sec. So,
I'm still trying to get
point being some checks, right?
Checks, yes. So if you go queen to c7, I think I have
queen c1.
Queen to c1, yes.
Queen c1's on rook a8. Again, the time, Magnus getting nervous. I see.
Yeah, Magnus is down to what?
1 minute.
1 minute.
1 minute. Under 1 minute right now.
And the decisions are not getting easier either.
Absolutely. But if you don't play rook a8, I mean, don't you just like
I get nervous.
lose the material for free?
Right.
So you kind of have to, unless there is some specific.
I was, during the junior championships, I was taking the juniors to task for playing with the pieces in front of their opponent.
Queen c3 immediately
very quickly played. And here I see the world champion twiddling with the pieces and picking.
Take on c3 and go king f7, king e6.
Magnus, you...
Wait a
Queen
second.
f7, leaving the queens on the board. That's a big decision.
Queen f7 very quickly too. Queen d3.
I'm starting to get really uncomfortable if I'm Magnus.
Hang on a second. Rook b8, rook b7. Is he on time to do that?
Well,
because if he is, I mean, he's
and
picking up the d7 pawn.
And he's done it. He's done it. He said, and we do have a draw between...
draw for Wesley.
Wesley not happy with the way he handled the white pieces there, but back to Magnus. And again, this move, rook b8, threatens rook b7.
So what if I stop you from doing that? Queen a6.
But isn't
He's done it.
d7 hanging then?
f6 is hanging?
Yeah, f6 is hanging, which is sad news. Right?
Very, very sad news. Not.
But I will have to take, I'm afraid, yes. I will have to take on d7.
10 seconds left for Magnus on the clock right now.
King g7?
He has to make a move, guys.
King g7, queen c7.
He took on
rook
d7.
rook d7, queen d7,
takes,
queen f6. And I've got to feel that...
Oh, this is not good news for him.
You might actually lose this one with black easily.
Easily.
This is not good news. Such a weak king.
Easily.
With such a king, I mean, how
exposed king and always perpetual
And he has 10
checks.
seconds on the clock,
How
guys.
do you end up not blundering here? I mean, probably there is no chance, right? There's always going to be something, yeah.
Rook e8 already.
Okay, he just
Give me another pawn.
gives up g5, yeah.
Let me take that one as well.
And queen g7.
Yeah, queen g7, and of course
Well,
you
the
keep-
nice thing about losing the pawn on g5 is you don't blunder it anymore.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
absolutely.
gone. You don't have to worry about holding on to it. And, well, a two-result game, as far as I'm concerned, this bishop and two pawns versus the rook with an exposed king. Shaq is in no danger of losing this, and with lots of clock time for him.
5 minutes for Shaq.
Yeah, the world champion is definitely going to be
E4,
troubled.
Okay. Throwing in e4.
B4?
Honestly, a double-edged thing, yeah.
B4, queen a1 check.
Yeah, b4, he has a
queen
couple of
E5.
checks, yeah.
But then I can play f4, and I don't know.
That looks like a good alternative.
Also, bishop d4.
Bishop d4 is also a move, yeah.
Yeah, queen would probably go to g6 in that case.
Then you can go f4 maybe.
Same as before.
Yeah, like you're taking maybe a slight amount of risk, kind of leaving black with the passed pawn, but
Right.
you're getting such a beautiful pawn formation on the king side.
How about I can take, if I take on e4, queen b2, bishop d4, you can check me on b1.
B4 is on the board.
B4 is on the board. Okay.
Makes sense. Just, again, anchor the bishop. Learn to keep your pieces defended, protect your pieces.
To me, the idea of bishop to d4 followed by f4 was the most potent in the position.
Okay.
Also because you have bishop to c3 followed by queen to d4, creating that deadly battery along the way.
Exactly.
Right now, you don't have that on tap anymore.
But yeah.
I'm
Or maybe
thinking he
it's-
wanted to play f4 and king h2 and just unhurriedly stick his king
b5,
into
b6,
safety.
right?
Pardon?
b5, b6 maybe also.
Also,
let's get the pawn to b6.
big moment here, queen g6. Miro, you're first as white.
Honestly,
What are you striving?
F4, and obviously I'm playing for a win. I mean, there's no questions asked.
No question asked. F4. By the way, Shaq also getting a little nervous.
D8, queen e2. Okay.
Sidestepping rook d3. And rook dropped in on dc.
There's the d3 nevertheless.
Right.
There's some checks from a2 if needed.
Correct.
Why not?
I like it. By the way, what looked to be a very hard-fought game between Veselin Topalov, who was black against Lanier Dominguez, ended in a draw.
So we are left with, okay, this round it's 3 draws. We are left with Firouzja against Lagrave, which, okay, a couple of times already shifted in evaluation. And this game between
What if I go
Mamedyarov and
queen
Magnus
a8?
Carlsen.
Queen a8?
Threatening a check.
I see the checkmate threat, that's right. But queen a... No, queen g3. I think you might mate me first.
Yeah, queen g3, but like, even if it works, you can't really play it because you don't believe you don't believe it can.
Queen a8. But by the way, that's a very powerful looking move. this threat of mate also tickling the pawn on e4 geometrically.
Not even sure what Black's going to play.
Exactly.
Like King h6 and run and pray, you know.
I don't know. You might. Here. Ooh.
Queen a7 check.
Queen a7 check.
What's Queen a7? Well, Queen f7 is an obvious question, right?
Right.
What's this endgame?
I'm not sure there's an endgame. There's bishop d4
bishop
check.
d4 check. And
Ooh.
Oh well.
F5.
Yeah, so can we show this one? Yeah, like Queen f7,
Oh,
bishop d4
nice.
check, and if the king goes to g6,
We have the
we have
very
F5.
visual move f5.
Yeah.
And queen f5 and g4 check.
Yeah, g4 check is nice.
Forks the queen and the king. So Magnus in trouble. The direct check looks to be incredibly powerful. And what does the engine say about them apples, Christian?
Well, right now, after king to g8, which was, by the way, played, it seems like white is just taking over. Completely winning.
Wait a second, King G8 was terrible.
King G8 was
That's
played,
what we were
yes.
trying to achieve, Yasser.
The queen was on
Queen
G6.
A8 and so on.
Yes.
So that's what we were trying to achieve. So basically with a tempo to spare.
He's trying to go towards the center, I think. King to f7 and king to e6. This is what we have right now.
G4.
Wow.
G4.
Okay, that is
okay, not the strongest, but what a
move. I appreciate.
That's a double-edged sword.
He doesn't even go queen f8 check. He just goes to play f5 and meet you.
And Shaq apparently won his game. Unfortunately, we lost
We
transmission
don't know
for
if
a
it
second.
was on time or...
It might have been on time.
Yeah, it looks like G4 was the last move in the position. So Magnus loses his first game in this tournament. What a big result.
There was some... I think we think it was on time, by the way, just to confirm.
And I think MVL
well, let's jump to that
pretty
again.
much took over this game.
Because
we change up right now against Firouzja.
Earlier, we thought Firouzja was for choice, but
not anymore.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. MVL's winning.
That's just a very controlling rook. That pawn is not going anywhere anytime soon, and I'm going to start picking up your pawns. Bishop takes h4, bishop takes g5.
It actually... What does it do to the tournament standings?
It threw the tournament standings upside down is what happened.
Yeah, that was not tight for the third, right? So it was Firouzja and Wesley on top.
Wesley made a draw.
Made a draw, so he will be caught up by MVL, right?
Ah.
And Firouzja will be pushed back.
Clear.
Knight to c2, but what do you do against
rook to
a4?
A4?
Yeah.
I think he wants to go king c3, king b3 to try to kick the rook away from the back. The rooks belong behind passed pawns. Kick the rook away from the pass, from being behind the passed pawn.
Yeah, it's still very sharp, I have to say. Rook b1 is honestly not the first choice that comes into your head.
It really didn't register that was happening. So bishop e3 in order to be able to push the pawn?
Yeah. That's surprising, to be
Bishop
honest.
to e3 makes a strong impression.
Right. But you didn't really need the g5 pawn. You need to put the bishop on g3 and go h4 as black.
And he plays it.
Oh, by the way, did you see how he kind of like disgusting,
It's
like
kind of Magnus-y style.
Rook
b5. Wait a second. So are we
the pawn goes to a7. But
are we talking like taking on g5?
a7?
No? Yeah, a7, and exactly the position I had in mind. So a7, rook a5. Black card.
Oh, you want to play rook two pawns
two pawns, so that you're 100% safe, and you're trying to.
I don't know.
I don't think he got the best.
that could be just a draw.
Yeah, it felt he had something much better than that.
Yeah, he cashed in his chips too soon, I think.
Well, actually, it turns out we're in a table-based territory, yes.
No
and
way.
It is a draw, yeah.
Oh.
It is a draw, well, and it's not like exclusively only moves for white. So basically, this setup has to be a draw, but of course, MVL will keep trying.
Of course.
I have to say, it's still possible to misplay with white easily.
Easily, 2 pawns. Okay, a little shaky there with... Could I ask the times? It's not easy for me to see.
55 seconds right now for Alireza, 2 minutes for MVL.
Couple of minutes for MVL.
By the way, in day one, we saw a huge number of decisive games. Things are settling down a bit. I think the players are getting used to the stage, which actually is very, very beautiful, I must say, as well as the time control.
King E6. Okay, that's an interesting thing. Yeah.
Inviting knight G5.
Yeah,
check,
like knight G5,
King
King D7, and so on. Yeah, but how does he get past the G5 square?
Right.
For the time being, it's not clear at all.
I mean, we do have the G5 square well controlled.
Yeah, and then.
Okay. And just to remind everybody that we do have, how do I put it, challenger, or do I say participant,
let's think
Ding
of it,
Liren, will be joining us shortly.
Championship match finalist.
Yes.
Well, can I say, one of two participants. Yeah, one of two participants of the World Championship match. But this time it won't be. They're both challengers, right?
Right.
Kind of equal in their rights.
But our finalists.
Wait a second. G5. Do we like King G5? Yes.
I think
like
yes.
It. I think the king on H6 will be safe.
Safe, and we are not concerned of king being.
I think it forces matters.
King F5.
King D7. Can this be?
And
Rook to G4, King H6 just forces matters, because then I have knight G5 or knight H4.
Right.
Where you put the king.
Let's see. I'm not so sure. I thought like having the king on H3 or G3, right, and just
was
kind
pretty
of
safe.
playing for the fortress. But yeah, once again, if King H6 forces
holds,
a draw,
then it's much more forcing, because knight G5 check will
it's like
pick
apparently,
up a pawn.
Apparently both are fine. It's just a matter of taste. Yeah.
Rook C8.
Rook C8, disturbing the bishop for the time being.
Now, king takes
G6.
King H5.
King takes G6
it's
is
supposed
a
to
draw.
be a draw. But
I don't think you want
going for it. Let's be fair. You're not going for it
unless the alternatives are really bad.
Why not
and what
bishop
is the
takes?
alternative?
Why not bishop F6?
Bishop F6, Rook F8, perhaps. Knight D4, King. Yeah, he is actually going for it. Okay, let's see.
Maybe including a check. Maybe including a
King
check.
E5.
Knight G5 check, and then King
E5.
Yeah, no, King E5.
Yes,
Knight
That's
F7
okay.
check.
You can take my rook. That's okay.
No.
Yes, of course.
King E5. You take the rook.
I'm not sure if you catch the pawn.
Yeah.
Knight F7, King F4, and now you take on H5. You don't take the rook, but you.
I take the rook. Yes, and I go Knight E6 check. Easy draw.
King
there
G4, Knight G5. Yeah. Okay. It was a draw at the end.
A friendly draw between two French grandmasters.
That's easy. Yeah.
No problem. And now we are hopeful that Grandmaster Ding Liren will join us, and there he is. Welcome.
Nice to have you on the show.
How are you?
Good.
Good.
Sunny day in Barcelona.
You're in Barcelona. I see. Tell us your thoughts. What do you think about what's going on with Magnus and your new elevated position, Mr. Ding Liren?
Well, this is my 8th interview in 2 days. Yeah. 3 in China. No, 3 outside of China and 5 in China.
Well, we wanted to be the last.
I think so.
And what have you been saying to the people?
Well, yeah, I didn't expect his decisions, but it's understandable since it's clear he lacks some motivations to defend another titles. Yeah, also the crown had give him maybe too much pressure and the responsibilities had to handle with. So he preferred to enjoy playing chess other than suffering.
Nicely put. And do you feel that you will be suffering having to play a $1 million world championship match?
Since it's my first time to fight for the world championship, so there's a lot of fresh air I can breathe. And yes, everything is new, and still there are long time to go for the world championship.
Ding, first of all, congratulations. What are the first steps right now? You're in this position. The match maybe is a year away from now. How are you going to put together your preparation plan? What is next? What is the next step for Ding Liren?
Maybe the special preparation will come just before the tournament. I guess the best way for me is just keep it normal and as usual, and do what I do in the usual. So just before the tournament, I will do some special preparation, just according to the specific player and for the openings. But before that, I think the most important thing is to improve your general strengths.
Are you going to put together a team of seconds right now? Do you have any names in mind? And if you don't want to answer that question, you feel like it's revealing too much, don't worry about it.
Yes, I have one or two names. Yes, they are he's close to me. But I don't think it's the most important thing.
What is the feeling like in China? Are they proud that you will be competing for the World Championship? You will be the first Chinese man to compete in the Open Championship. You have already many world champions in the ladies game. You'll be the first male. What is the feeling like in China?
Yeah, we have many women world championships and also many teams championship, but we don't have any male challengers for the world crown. So yes, they are very excited about the possibilities. And I think when I get back to China, they will talk to me more seriously and they will try to help me.
Absolutely. Very, very exciting times. Miro, any questions for our finalists?
Yeah, well, I had a lot, but somehow I don't even know what to say. Yeah. It is a controversial one because, of course, like Magnus stepping away made you to play the match. But would you agree that it's a little bit sad for, let's say, for a chess world that the champion and #1 rated player that he kind of steps away from the match?
Yes, since I also understand his decisions. Sometimes elite player is not so optimistic about the maybe world championship and even the future of chess like this. Maybe sometimes I also feel that how to say.
Difficult to find the right words. Ding, we want to thank you so very much for taking time out of your day and joining us and sharing your thoughts. But it's a dream come true for you. So we're going to wish you a lot of success.
Yeah, good luck.
As a World Championship match finalist.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And there you have it, Miro. The first Chinese challenger finalist in the World Championship.
Absolutely.
Many ladies have won the championship, many Chinese ladies.
Yeah,
but this is a big moment for China.
Right.
I feel it too. And as we take our break, we asked the players in Zagreb what they think about changing the format of the World Championship, and these were their answers. We'll see you on the other side of the break for our final round of the day.
If you had to change the format of the World Championship finals between two players, what would your format look like?
Oh, if I ever got there, I don't think I'd care too much about the formula. I'd just be happy to get there. But I don't have too many specific thoughts on the format. I would say from my personal side, I think the current format is all right. I heard a new proposal of holding a match in several sets, so 3 sets of 4 games, which sounds interesting as well, because then you might keep the match interesting. Like you lose 1 set, but then you can win another set, and it keeps it interesting. So I heard that Carlsen will not play unless the playing conditions change, like the format. So I hope they might change it into something he likes, so he'll play. Of course, that's what I like to see.
No, I simply don't think it exists, because there's always maybe some format that favors some of the players, and the others are better in rapid, someone is better in knockouts, other in round robin. So I don't think it exists. But well, the main thing is, I guess, is once it starts, you can make changes. So I believe it's because it's been in the history. It's happened many times, and I don't think it's a good idea. So I believe it's only a good idea to make changes after it's over with the cycle.
I am not sure it's very good to change this reglement in last moment. I think Magnus, he played very good match against Jan in last format, but he played not very good match against Fabiano and Karyakin. I think for him it's a little bit boring to play in same format.
Well, I think match is necessary. Like you kind of have to beat the world champion in a match in order to become one yourself. The tradition has always been classical games, right? At least 12. It used to be 24. It used to be longer many years ago. I just want to see classical chess. I think it's the most important time control. So shortening it doesn't make much sense to me. If the score is tied after that, then you keep going on the classical. I just don't think mixing shorter time control makes that much sense. But we'll see. It's more attractive also to the fans who have Blitz and Rapid. But personally, to me, I like classical.
Yes, probably everybody agrees that maybe it should be a little bit faster. So there are a lot of formats that could be more interesting, but it should be discussed, of course, with the FIDE. So I think it's not very bad, the format that we have now, but I think it could be more better and entertaining also.
It's hard to give a definitive answers, but first of all, I think sets idea, best of 3 sets or best of 5 sets, sounds like a great idea in the sense that there wouldn't be any game without stakes.
I haven't thought about that because I'm still quite long and far away from playing the World Championship match. But to be honest, I don't think there's anything wrong with the current format.
If you want to see who is the best player in the world, it has to be reasonably long match of classical chess. I don't believe too much in other formats in terms of Rapid or Blitz for the title, because I think the best player in chess is the best player in classical chess, not so much in Rapid and Blitz.
I really like the classical format because I think we have some separate championships for Rapids and for Blitz, and I don't really think it's a good idea to mix up. But for sure, I think it's wrong to change the rules like in the middle of the cycle. So this has to be discussed, let's say, right after, I don't know, let's say right after the match or something, yeah, but then we, at the very beginning of the new cycle, so we make sure that we play to qualify and we play, the match with some same regulations, same time control, same rules, like Sofian rules and so on. That's obviously a good question because time is now different, comparing to what was like, let's say 100 years ago, and maybe we really need to seek for a new format. But this is, I would say that we have like this more than, almost 150 years tradition of holding classical matches, and I think this is quite priceless.
I don't know what the ideal setup for the World Championship match is. I think there are a lot of formats that could be tried, but as I've said for many years, I think the one that we have now is one of the worst when it comes to selecting the best player. Specifically, I would say that there are too few games. Also, it's kind of too easy to defend when you have so long to prepare, and I think it's really all set up to decrease the chances that the best player wins. So I would say more games, less time would be better, definitely.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the Super Rapid and Blitz in Zagreb, Croatia. Here are our standings, Miro. We just witnessed the world champion losing a game.
Losing the match.
Losing a game.
That's
there
incredible.
We
Right, indeed, after bleak games with white, Magnus just lost with black against Mamedyarov, which puts Vachier in tie for the third place.
I see that.
Yeah, so first place is shared Alireza Firouzja and Wesley So
at 7 points.
At 7 points.
And for this round 6, and our final game of the day, who do we have? Who's our marquee matchups?
Yeah, so MVL plays against Saric, Nepo against Foreest, Topalov, Wesley So, and maybe even with the black pieces, Wesley can hope for something. Carlsen will face Dominguez, and Firouzja will play Mamedyarov. That will be an interesting one.
Game. Yeah, that feels like a very, very nice game to keep our eye on. And I believe that, again, Firouzja should be the one with the 7 points, not MVL in that particular matchup. As again, we do have Wesley So and Firouzja tied for first. And as we have always an open forum to our viewers, we have a question from social media. From a Twitch user, Ripper.
Yeah.
Are they refusing the chairs from the candidates? These are the same IKEA Marcus chairs. I have no idea. What's your perspective
Honestly,
on that one?
I didn't pay attention.
I wasn't either. I thought that the staging of the candidates, by the way, big shout out to the organizers there. I just thought that the palace, the Palacio that they played in was just gorgeous. Just the photos, the videos, everything about the staging looked good. And here in Zagreb, it looks like the stage is really beautiful. I saw the audience full of people. They come out in force in Croatia. They love their chess.
Yeah.
Have you ever gotten a chance to play in Croatia?
Play in Croatia? No, I don't think I visited Croatia. Strangely enough, it's kind of a blank spot on my Europe map, which I filled almost. Even some exotic countries, but not.
I played in Interzonal in Zagreb,
absolutely,
and I enjoyed visiting the city. That was a very nice country for chess. A deep history, I want to say, as you see the players getting started. Again, this is our third and final round of the Rapids as the games are underway. We see Nepo versus Jordan van Foreest. Also a big matchup, only because Jordan has been playing so exceptionally successfully so far, Miro.
And he missed a big chance in the last game against Ivan Saric.
Truly, that was a funny draw at the very end, I must say.
Now, he surely must have consulted with an engine after the game and realized the fact that he could have continued the game and just be completely crushing in that final position. Will that affect him in this matchup against Nepo?
Yeah. As we see once again, the Joko piano. And again, it's just remarkable how this centuries-old opening that, well, I think in the 80s and 90s, the feeling was it was played out. That there was no reason to go and revisit these lines, and we were all stunned when Gary played the Scotch. We thought that too was played out, but now it's a new life is being breathed into both these openings and defenses. Rook E1.
Yeah, well, this D7, D5, the plan was like postponing the movement of the D pawn to castle first and then to go d5 in one go. I think it was like debated a lot a few years back, and then for no particular reason, it was the one that would be known to me.
Right.
They stopped.
Yeah.
And it's always like that on a very high level, that some opening system, or sometimes even the big opening, like the Petrov, for instance.
Right.
Remember, like, I don't know, Kramnik times, like everyone would play the Petrov.
Anand, Anatoly Karpov, Peter Leko. I mean, it was very. And then, like you said, the fashion just changed.
Yeah, and we don't know what was wrong with the Petrov. And now the guys are kind of
reviving
it, and it happens to be like nothing wrong with the Petrov. It's just that, the fashion passes to something else. Right, so it might as well be.
It just, all these trends burn themselves out, and then they come back. That's basically what all these top players are playing them, and then they get bored because they don't want to repeat the same lines either. They don't want to be sitting ducks, or they don't want to look like sitting ducks at the top level, and then they just go away, shy away from those trends, and then come back years later. This is what's happening.
Tell us what is happening theoretically wise in the position between Nepo and Jordan van Foreest. It seems to me if black just plays the move d5 and never gets punished, in other words,
so
if you never take the pawn on e5, what's the problem?
And it does seem like actually this move, bishop to e6, might have been a very simple wrinkle in the position. Bishop to g4 is by far the main line. Bishop to e6, only 2 games have been played in this position. 2 big games, by the way. At least one of them is Kramnik versus Anand from 2018, and that might have surprised quite a little bit.
Who are these?
Who are those guys? And now we have a4 and a bishop to b6. This one is going to be quite an interesting one, a big theoretical battle between these 2 players, knight to a3, but not as much is going to happen. But take a look at what's happening in Magnus's game. Magnus was like, okay, in the first 3 games with the white pieces, I got absolutely nothing out of the opening by playing main lines. Let's try to switch things up a little bit, especially against a theoretician like Dominguez. And he did that by starting with 1g3.
Okay.
1g3, c5, bishop to g2, knight to c6, and now we're seeing a double fianchetto setup for Magnus, which is clearly signaling the fact that, okay, this is it. I'm trying to avoid theory. I just want to play a game. I don't want to see you blitzing out your first 20 moves. Let's just play a game of chess. And this is what we're having right now.
b2, b3. Had Magnus played the move e2, e4, by the way, it was kind of funny that I've been seeing Magnus playing this Botvinnik triangle system with e2, e4, favorite of mine. Knight, b2, b3, knight f6, there was a pause because I could understand that, well, you think about it. You go bishop takes c3 on those rare occasions. And I can tell you that players like Ulf Andersson, for one, know how to neutralize the long diagonal themselves by playing for b6. Lanier shied away from that. He just played knight f6, bishop b2, castles, and we'll keep an eye on this one. Let's go to another game. One of our leaders, Wesley So versus Veselin Topalov. Veselin Topalov with the white pieces. It starts as an English, but then it just looks like a Sicilian, doesn't it?
Yeah, reverse Sicilian.
Reverse Sicilian. Although, I must say, he hasn't yet played the move d6, d5. Your thoughts on this one, Miro?
Well, I think it's just one of those, one of those systems where white wants to just, I want to play. Yeah, I want to play. I don't want anything forced. Yeah, I'm not asking for any kind of advantage. Yeah,
we'll postpone the battle till move 30 or so. Knight h7. Okay, always watch out for these tricky, trappy moves. F5 and pardon me, e4. F5 and e4, or just simply e4 right away. Keep an eye on those moves.
Yes, now knight c3 seems to be kind of logical.
Move knight h7.
And then what? What's he's going to do? Is he playing for f5?
I assume so. He made room for it at least. Yeah. Whether it's good or not, we'll keep an eye on that one. And let's finally go to Shaq, because do you have this as a sportsman? Let's face it, Shaq just had a huge victory. Yeah. He beat the world champion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you go yay and then fall flat on your face because the very?
Oh, you mean like you get overexcited with your previous results?
Exactly.
Yeah, well, sometimes it
as
does
a sportsman,
happen,
right?
Yeah, I think it does. Yeah.
One of your best moments is followed by one of your more
very
catastrophic. So what do you think is going to happen between Firouzja and Shaq?
Shaq is not probably not that type of a guy because, first of all, I mean, he had these moments
before
quite some
already.
time. Yeah,
He's
yeah.
enjoyed a few victories, you might say.
Right, and maybe it's the opposite. He's kind of gonna be gaining the pace, you know. And,
feeling like that was good. One more, please. We'll take another.
I wouldn't
one.
mind another couple of wins.
I think that's definitely the trend for Shaq. I mean, let's not forget how he started this tournament. He started with a loss, a big loss against Jordan Van Foreest, and then in the second game, I believe it was against the Croatian Ivan Saric. He was completely lost.
Yeah, he
and he saved that Rook's endgame. After that, it felt like he gained another life in the tournament and won his final game, defended accurately against Topalov in what it was. I mean, it cannot even be overstated. He was completely losing against Topalov in the first game of today's matches and then won against Magnus. The trend for this man is definitely positive right now.
As we started our broadcast, Cristian highlighted the two young players in the event, Firouzja and Jordan Van Foreest, 36 years old. Is that a peak period for you, or do you think Shaq has several more years to go before he peaks?
Definitely has several more years, but I mean, as the
Will
like
he
playing at a
meet,
very, very high level, but
his 2800 status of the past.
Yeah, that's not easy to say. Yeah, not that easy
Because
to
we
tell.
were having these conversations to the ideal age for a chess player. 31 of Magnus today?
Yeah, well, it seems that it kind of shifted towards the lower mark. Yes, so now around
30s.
30, I would call that. Like they're learning very early, right? They consume a lot of information now with all the computers, database, and so on. And quite possibly, like in professional physical sports, like if someone goes to basketball court and he's 35 years of age, would you say, I mean, okay,
that's a
veteran.
Yeah, very,
exactly.
very.
So,
unless your name is LeBron James.
Unless your name is LeBron James.
So there are always some exceptions, right?
Right, the Nolan Ryans of the world. This was a baseball pitcher, but a long-lived, obviously, baseball pitcher. But I always thought 20 to 36, for me, those were the prime career ages for chess players. So for me, I still see Magnus. I was thinking Magnus would be there for this cycle and another and another. And then, you know, the Firouzjas of the world.
But that's too big
will
of a
take
window, Yasser.
Yeah, it's a big window.
Be a bit more specific. Is it 31 to 33? Give me a 3-year window.
I don't know. First of all, how old are you? How old are you? How old are I got to know my audience. You know?
I'm way off my peak.
You're way off your peak.
Well, okay. I picked in high school.
Let me think. By a weird coincidence, the highest rating I had was when I was 31.
31. Boy, I don't even know what the highest rating I had. By the way, back to the game. Alireza, he just played b4, b5, very, very standard idea to weaken this pawn on c6. However, before he did that, he first put his queen on d2, which is not in keeping with the strategy of making a weakness on c6. Normally speaking, the queen would go to a4, but now is it time that we should just take and play rook b1, bishop a3? Rook b1 immediately, by the way.
Rook b1 immediately, okay.
Okay. Oops,
So,
excuse me.
I don't know if it makes any difference because I thought d5 nevertheless.
Yeah.
And then you probably take c6 first before taking on d5.
By the way, I really attributed, it was a particular game of Gata Kamsky that Gata played just like a sheer genius, where he put his bishop on g8, which is so rare, and his king was really safe. We were talking yesterday with the bishop on f8 and how, you know, this traditional classical Who was throwing? I think it was Shaq that was just throwing everything.
Yeah, at the one Forest's position.
And did break through. But the bishop on g8, just you shifted one file over. Cristian, what games have caught your eye?
Well, I was definitely looking at the game of the world champion, Magnus Carlsen versus Dominguez, because a lot of things have happened.
Okay.
We've seen this position, and he decided to jump with the knight to h3, not to the usual f3 square. Now, this signals the fact that the battle is going to be for the d5 square. I'm going to go knight to f4, potentially support h4, h5, but keep control of the d5 square. Very important square in the center. And Dominguez said, no. The battle starts right now. I'm going to go d5 immediately. Take advantage of the fact that your knight is on h3. And we got to this position right now. Very intriguing situation. The bishop on h3, obviously very powerful up to this point, keeping the king in check. You cannot castle at the moment. So that's going to inhibit White's movement a little bit. Now, how do you assess this position? I understand White has clear targets on the queen side. These pawns are going to be under attack very soon. Rook to c1 is coming, followed by queen to c2. The king is a bit weak the way I see it, but how do we control the position as black? Bishop to d4 seems to be preferred by the engine, and right now it is Dominguez who is taking a pretty significant thing. Only 20 minutes on the clock against 21 for Magnus. So let's take a look at this game, try to analyze the position, try to understand what the nuances, where the nuances lie.
Well, there, I mean, it's clear to me that Black's pawn structure on the queen side have been totally ruined in order to keep White's king in the center. So it's this dynamic versus static, right? So the static weakness, you're lost on the queen side, just lost, end of story, unless you get wonderful counterplay against White's king, queen d5, bishop d4. You get some dynamic chances, but one of the things I found out about these top grandmasters, they're very, very good at neutralizing your play. You know, they find these ways of taking
kind of
your attack away.
Neutralizing dynamics and then winning on positional factors.
Exactly,
right?
exactly. So if you play a move like bishop d4, and that's a decent move, I can imagine rook c1.
Queen d5.
And again, you've got to play, these types of moves, queen d5, where you're really banking on something good happening against the king side. We'll keep an eye on that one, but I have to turn our attention to Nepo's game for a minute, because Jordan Van Foreest has just played a move that to my eye says, I'm seizing the initiative. I just don't know what you're doing. I'm going to play the move knight on a d5 to f4, and I'm hitting d3, and I'm looking. Miro, clear the cobwebs here.
Yeah.
What am I doing as White?
No, but you know why I'm kind of pausing and laughing at the same time? Because it might be one of those instances where Jan plays quickly up to the point where he starts thinking in the position where he basically has only move to capture on e5,
right?
But it's too late to think.
Right.
Could this be right? Because knight e5, which is, looks attractive, but
you've got to defend
how
the
do we
d3
go
pawn.
about knight takes back, perhaps? Yeah.
Exactly.
And if knight takes,
I was a little
bishop, maybe queen g5 immediately. Maybe you take on b3, go queen g5. Yeah.
I was a little bit thinking queen f7 check.
Queen
otherwise,
f7 check, king goes, and g3.
But if I go queen g5,
if you go start with queen g5,
right, and I'm threatening mate, I've got an issue. Right?
Yeah, I will have to play g3
and bishop takes.
Yeah, you take, queen takes everything, takes on f4.
And I hate
I'm
White's
kind
position.
of alive, but I don't really like it.
No, I despise this type of thing where
so takes on f4, even though b7 is hanging. Maybe it's not that clear, to be honest. I don't believe White is better here, but maybe he's not in such a trouble.
I don't know. In these major endings where there's a queen and rook on the board, oftentimes I just feel it's about king position and who has a safe king. And This is not a safe game.
Isn't it? Isn't
No.
it? With queen on a long diagonal, it might be not such a bad king. Yeah?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
not that I like this position.
No,
yes.
it's not everybody's cup of tea. But for my taste, Christian, this move knight f4 by Jordan van Foreest is saying, what kind of challenger are you? I'm going after your king. What's going on in
Well,
this game?
it's definitely Jordan who won the opening battle in this one.
Okay.
And let's not forget, Jordan was an integral part of Magnus's team in preparation for this match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So he definitely has some residual knowledge from that match. Every player on a challenger or a world champions team is tasked with certain openings to look at. Maybe, who knows, maybe this was one of Jordan's situations in which he had to look at the Gioco piano and come up with ideas, and this is what he's showcasing right now with this idea of bishop to e6, a very nuanced wrinkle. Instead of that move bishop to g4, which was by far the main line, 200 plus games, bishop to e6, take it easy, and it seems like it was quite surprising for the challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Right now, after knight to f4, the line that you guys showed was the perfect line in the position with a slight advantage for black at the end, but nothing spectacular. Maybe like a 0 minus 0.5, minus 0.4, something along those lines. Nothing spectacular in that one. But it's not easy to go knight takes e5, and in fact, he did not do it. He played the move rook to e3, defending the bishop on the pawn on d3. At the same time, this allows black with the move queen to f6 to stabilize the position, right? Rook to a to d8 is going to come in the board. I'm really starting to like black's chances right now. I see moves recommended by the engine. You cannot take on e5 anymore, because after bishop takes b3, you're just simply going to lose a piece. Knight takes e5 and rook takes e5. So you have to start getting ready to attack the pawn on e5 with the move queen to f1. Not an easy move to see, not an easy move to make unless you know the specifics of this position. Definitely one that I'm keeping my eyes on, guys.
Very nice. Queen f6 and rook e3. By the way, big shout out to our Grand Chess Tour executive, Michael Kordakowski, as he celebrates his birthday. You see right there, 40 years young. Remarkable. He looks so good. And of course, a very key part of the whole Grand Chess Tour, and making more sponsorships. And our standings, by the way, of our Grand Chess Tour, as we haven't got this particular graphic in.
Oh, that's a nice graphic with all the money highlighted.
Yes, yes. That's what it's all about. These guys fight really hard, and they're deserving of everything that they earn. You see our big tournament winner, Levon Aronian, 90,000.
Yeah, that's Wesley second, Fabiano third. And yeah, well,
Maxine doing very, very well.
Yeah.
It's kind of a funny thing because you see Fabiano with 13 Grand Chess Tour points, very happy, 46,000, and Maxine said, keep your 13 Grand Chess Tour, or I'll take the 77,000 in prize money. Nice.
Not always reflected, yeah,
the Grand Chess Tour. And the rules are, of course, that there's the classical tournaments of Bucharest and Sinkfield. Everybody has to play in those. But then of the three Rapid and Blitz, two of the three. And that is why Fabi, for example, is not in this tournament. By the way, rook e1, knight f4. Just a second.
So we are back to Nepo's game against Van Foreest.
Right. I just was, sorry, I was just going through the whole list, and it looked like a repetition, but maybe not.
No.
Just
Wait
a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's going on? Knight f4, rook e3.
Queen f6. He went queen f6 and
Knight
rook
e2.
e8.
And bishop c2.
Definitely not looking like a repetition right now.
No, but
I stabilized. I might as well start controlling even more squares in the position. Right? So let's go h5, h4, right?
Oh, h5, h4.
Well, I'm looking at this move queen to g5 or queen to g6 in the future, putting some pressure on g2. But you always have rook to g3, right?
Exactly.
The way I can try to soften up maybe even the light squares is by creating some weaknesses, h5, h4, h3, if you allow me to.
Okay.
Also control the g3 square.
Intriguing, an approach of advancing the pawns. I would, in such positions, my approach would be to try to force my opponent to create some weaknesses. So I would find
D5,
myself attracted to the move bishop to d5, and
knight
hoping
to
to
e4?
entice, for example, knight e4. Like I don't know if this is the right
Bishop
move or
d5
not.
is on the board.
Queen to e6, and then I start thinking, oh, I'm going to play
Yes,
knight
knight
takes
takes
g2 and f5. I create some weaknesses around white's king, you know, just trying to mess up the pawn shield a bit. If you play g3, okay, I might settle in for knight h3. We do have bishop d5 on the board. But what you mentioned there, Christian, this idea of h5, h4, you know, the more you think about it, it's kind of compelling, right?
Yeah.
Because you take away, if you don't have the move rook g3, queen g6 is going to hurt.
Absolutely.
Right?
On knight e4, you have queen h6, right?
Yes.
That's another reason, yes.
Yeah, no, to give you...
h5, knight e4, you go queen h6, and then the knight on c4 is hanging, and h4 is still in the cards.
But bishop d5 definitely seems very natural and putting a lot of pressure right now on white. Do you want to play the move f3? And
one of my least favorite.
Exactly.
To be honest.
At the same time, black doesn't have the dark square bishop. So you might as well try to take advantage of that by solidifying your pawn structure on the king side like that. Especially that soft spot, the g2 square. That's the big one.
Exactly.
We see rook to g3, but doesn't that invite maybe h5, h4?
Now we're talking. That's with tempo. I always like Ben Feingold. I think Grandmaster Ben Feingold does really fun streams. I like his sense of humor. But tongue in cheek, he would say, always play f2, f3 when you get the chance. Usually it's a bad move.
Never play.
Never play
f6. Never. That's his thing. Never play f6 or f3.
There you go.
So I think he's right in this case.
He's got a point, right? By the way, I mean, no, seriously, Christian, that's not a joke. After rook g3, h5 really looked much more.
He went knight e7, which makes some sense as well.
Well, he does want to tickle the rook with knight f5, and he's done it. Knight e3, knight f5.
Knight e3, knight f5, so the trading.
Looks, I'm telling you.
Dominant right now.
Jordan has been playing at least these first 5.5 games very impressively. I mean, he's handling the 2700s and 2800 players pretty convincingly. He's showing that he really belongs. It doesn't look like a wild card.
Well, he was 2700 as well. Right now, he dropped a little bit.
Right.
But he's poised to make another push and potentially get over 2700. He's been doing a lot of training. He's been preparing the best in the world, getting exposed to a lot of chess. So maybe this is it. This is his moment to shine.
His breakthrough, yeah. Well, I can tell you, when Magnus Carlsen invites you to his team, it's saying something, right?
Something,
So knight f5. It looks to me like Jordan is enjoying his position, and Nepo,
not so much.
Not so much.
Yeah, well, this 97, 95, one more thing to add.
Please.
You know, it's not only like a good move, it's a move which comes from a man of culture, because the only kind of real problem you have in all those Gioco Pianos is the fact that the knight on c6 is restricted by the c3 pawn. Right?
Precisely.
So you have like all the pieces, all the other pieces easily joining the game and so on, but the knight on c6 is always a problem, and same goes for the Ruy Lopez, right? So it's very tempting to go knight e7, knight g6, sometimes on knight e7, knight f5 in this case.
Yeah, I was always impressed when this Kramnik maneuver of knight e7 to g6.
Yeah.
He's done it in a number of different settings, but you're absolutely right. You take the knight on c6, that doesn't have the brightest future. Redeploy it to the f5 square. With the gain of tempo, you're kind of bringing it into the attack and having some fun.
Yeah.
Did he take on d5 or did he take on f5?
He took on f5.
He did take on f5. So a trade that will very much favor black. I want to say the knight on c6, not playing.
It was subject of the
role.
attack of the pawns coming down the board, b4, b5, right? So it makes sense like this. Just simply
Isn't it an ugly move?
Except he wants to follow it up immediately with d4 and d5.
I have a question regarding that. So bishop,
Take it.
bishop g2
Take it.
doesn't look bad at all.
Take it.
Excuse me, but take and then e4 at the end?
Yes.
How bad is that for white?
Yes,
I wanted to
rook
ask
takes,
exactly the
knight
same
takes,
question. Takes,
king takes, and
e4.
Uh-huh.
And the whole point is where you're threatening queen g5.
Yeah, we always have this queen g5 check. That's important. Yeah.
And now
This
the
is
question
not
did
looking good.
Did did Nepo miss this tactic? Because if we go back bishop c6 or bishop e6, we can
D4.
understand why
Yeah, it's like
we
I
would be happy.
Still was not convinced because there is knight e2 in this position.
I think he
and
missed
it's-
it, guys.
And it's like
Yeah?
it's
He missed
also
it because he
very
left. He also left, yeah?
A
He
clear
played this
indic-
move c4.
And
He
Jordan's going to
realizes
do it. I'm
that
telling
bishop
you.
takes g2 just kills him on the spot.
Bishop g2.
And he leaves from the board. He's like, okay, I don't want to show
wanna
any
look.
emotion.
Seriously, did I pick Jan Nepomniachtchi as my candidate for winning the event?
Good pick,
Christian
Good
and
pick.
I, we've been discussing this for quite some time.
Okay, Jan will crush you in Blitz. Don't worry. Bishop
That
g2 is on the board.
We need some new blood. I mean, Alejandro's too easy. So our apologies to MVL and Ivan Saric. We didn't have a chance. We were looking at bishop takes g2 and we got stuck. Guess what? Bishop takes g2 by Jordan on the board, and yeah.
MVL Saric. That was a fair square draw, it looks like.
Perhaps we can see Nepo's reaction when
He's
he comes
gone
back
from the board.
at the board, or
he knows he's created a disaster when he left.
But isn't this just simply over? Like,
Yeah.
do you have any way out?
No.
It is.
You cannot
this
take on
had-
g2. Basically, that's what it comes down to, right?
Yeah, when the moment I saw him reaching for a c4 pawn, I thought this had disaster written all over it, Miro. I didn't like what Nepo was doing, and bishop g2.
I'm
And that's a
anticipating
wake-up.
a shake of the head from Nepo when he comes back.
You're looking for the shake of the head.
I want to see the shake of the head.
Here we go. We're about to see it.
No, there won't be
No
any.
shake of
because
the head.
Not yet. Okay, give it a couple of moves.
Obviously,
No,
realized.
nothing. Let's go.
No, I think he realized already that, yeah, okay, I've played c4, I've blundered, and...
Give it a couple of moves, guys.
Oh, really?
The shake of the head. Ah, you know your man. Look at you, Christian.
No, that's more or less like a neutral shake of head. I want to see a disappointed.
The real
shake of
one.
head.
Aha.
The real one. Yes.
Okay, but take us through this. Bishop g2, knight g2, e4.
There is no move. Yes,
But guys, we analyzed this. Queen g5 is
I
just
know.
killing.
Yeah, there is no move whatsoever.
e4,
Like,
d4.
how do you get out of this?
d4, rook d4, you still can't prevent
Check.
g5. Yeah, so you're basically losing the knight as well.
And,
No,
and the
seriously,
whole
I don't-
point is the desirable knight takes or rook takes is walking into a very, very nasty queen g5.
But even if you go d4 and then I take on
Yeah.
d4 with the rook, do you have any way to stop me from going queen g5 and picking up your a full piece?
No. It's terrible. It really is terrible. We have been seeing some oops, excuse me, that was a mouse that we have been seeing some
There's the
say.
shake of head, guys. I saw it.
Did we see it?
I saw it.
Oh, darn it. I was
it came.
I was analyzing rook and bishop versus queen. No. Terrible.
not this
terrible.
time.
Not even worthy of consideration. King h1 takes and rook e2. We think this is busted. Let's just check in on Magnus because he was playing against Lanier Dominguez, and that was the static weaknesses versus the dynamic play. We left it bishop d4, rook d5, rook g1. Magnus said, "Give me the pawn."
Never play f3.
Never play f3. I don't know, but this looks like a really, really healthy extra pawn. Queen d2, king f2, and not only am I a pawn up, but I'm feeling good. Hold on, queen h3.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Okay, that is actually...
So it's black to move, right? Rook takes c4 to start with. Maybe this is how we do it.
I think I take with the d pawn,
If
right?
you take with the d pawn, I was kind of thinking maybe like e5, a5, and just to play this position, so I do have a bit of a center, you know.
True.
So maybe some compensation. Once again, queen h3 being a motif.
Also,
if needed.
But now I can go king to f2, right?
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, I agree. Like it's not like a full compensation. Even though, yeah, queen h3,
Queen h3, rook h1.
force the rook to
That's
h1,
fine, I can
go
go to
a5.
h1.
Yeah.
Okay, you're
Black is
pawn
not without a
down,
chance, yeah.
but I mean, white still has a lot of work only because he's got some issue. And this is what I think you were expecting, Cristian.
The pain.
The pain.
It's all about the pain.
Yeah, basically.
What's for dinner, Mom?
No, I don't think. It's like.
Yeah, that was not a good look.
Yeah, the moment you actually look back at your life.
Yeah, exactly. What did I do to deserve this?
What went wrong?
Where is it? Okay, so this one, Wesley So, again, we've got a Wesley, again, he's this very quiet. What is he doing in this game?
Wasn't that quiet? Yeah, it was actually some English.
We saw
opening.
knight h7, and things have definitely changed a great deal. What is this?
Well, a lot of jumping, knight f5, knight e2.
I like white.
Yeah, Topalov.
I like white. I mean, Veselin is doing some nice things here. I mean, on a good day, rook to d7, c5. It's not going to be that easy for you to stop the natural advancement, I want to say, of white's pieces. c5, rook d7, knight e3. What's happening on Wesley's side of the board?
It's not clear at all.
The knight's
what
not.
do I even do here?
The knight's not going anywhere except maybe knight to d4, knight to f4.
No, well, honestly, I want to play e5, e4 badly, like open the bishop, you know. But
fair.
Does it go anywhere? Like e4, knight e3 to start with, right?
e4, knight to e3.
Knight e3.
I'm
and
with
if
you.
rook goes to f7, then rook d5 picks like probably not one pawn, but quite a few of them.
No, you're supposed to be playing on your side. I'm also inclined to c4.
Yeah. That's
rook d5. I like your rook d5. We're seeing advantage. Veselin, I mean, he started yesterday with 3 big donuts, losses.
Absolutely.
He was winning.
Yes. Maybe slight advantage, but we know Wesley is not generally the type of player that is going to be looking for a big fight with the black pieces.
No.
Especially. He is content with a draw.
But how do you get it?
Does Veselin have more than a slight push in the position?
That's my question. It looks like a very comfortable advantage.
Right.
I have rook d7, knight e3, and c5 as 3 really good candidate
rook d7,
moves.
I go rook to f7.
Right. So if I go, let's say I play c5 and threaten rook d7.
Does c5 open the case for e4, maybe?
Right.
That's the thing, yeah. So the moment we play c5.
c5, e4.
e4, and then try to get the rook
but
back in play like that.
It's
Also,
black to move, yeah?
It's black to move.
What's the move that we are playing? Rook f8 also?
So let's try to improve the position somehow.
Please.
I could also start with knight e6. Now that you don't have the pawn on c5, maybe I can try to reroute the knight there.
Knight to
There's
e6.
no pin along the a to g8 diagonal coming, at least not yet.
Okay, I'm not a
how
big...
do you build things up here?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of my bishop on e2, maybe bishop to d3.
By the way, the camera is right now on Nepo versus Jordan.
Nepo is suffering. And by the way, Bishop F8
Bishop F8 was played.
Which
was knight on G5.
I respect this move because C4, C5 was one of the moves I was really anxious to get in. So the move Bishop F8 to counter that and maybe also play for...
But do you counter that right now? So let's go Bishop F8. What if I go Knight to E3?
Okay, so Bishop
Something was played, I think it's Knight to E3.
Bishop
F3 is very logical, of course.
The point being that once you go Rook F7, if you do, which you didn't, I go C5. So
F6.
Yes,
that's ironic.
Allows Knight D5 with a tempo.
Well, invites allows is one thing, but this is like, please, I want you to play Knight F5. Why would the knight be worse placed?
I think he's just saying that you're trying to find a route for your rooks to invade, and once you put the knight on D5, I just simply go rook to F7. Now you no longer have the move C5. And once again, that is the game between Jan and
Jan's game, because
Jordan.
This is Nepo.
It is over. Yeah, that's a resignation
Nepo
moment, I believe. Yeah.
is coming, and
that's just done.
Wow,
that is just done.
Wow. So
Complete collapse.
Jordan Van Foreest wins convincingly, smoothly.
28 moves with black.
Complete destruction.
Yeah. D5.
D5, yeah. So why
D5,
did they stop playing D5? The question remains, yes. Yeah.
Don't look for me for those answers, or unless you want to join our pro subscription. And our boy, that final position is very visual. It just looks terrible. One of the things a lot of amateur players, will come and say, "What did I do wrong, coach?" And, as insightful as I am, I will point to the rook on A1 and say, excuse me, but you never included the rook, you never moved your queen. What do you mean, what did you do wrong? I was following the game of Nepo Miroshnichenko. Ouch, ouch. Our congratulations, by the way, to Jordan. A very, very good day. Wesley So, Topalov, well, we think Veselin has the upper hand. Still a lot going on there. And this is our extra pawn game. Very much followed your advice, Miro. Lanier did, I mean.
Except for exchanging the rook. So Magnus is
but he put his queen on H3,
yeah,
he put his pawn on A4. Okay.
Let's see how hard/easy it will be to convert this one.
Magnus,
if
again,
possible at all.
B pawn, B4. I don't look now. I'm going to try to push him, baby, as quickly as I can.
Well, I was thinking at first, like you look at this H1 rook and you think, okay, it's not joining anytime soon.
Pathetic.
But then, yeah, okay, as long as your queen is on H3, does nothing
as well
other than attack H2. I'm fine with my rook on H1. Yeah. So B4, B5, possibly queen B4 support the pawn and then push
let's
it forward.
go.
Yeah.
And the nice part is, usually speaking, whenever the queen was to give up its attack on H2, the rook quickly joins the fray as well. This looks good for Magnus. Alireza versus
Once again, some crazy stuff happens.
This bishop. But let's stop ourselves and join Zagreb with Alejandro and a special guest.
Hello, and we're here with a great victor with the black pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jordan Van Foreest, you said that you had 2 wins last tournament. It seems that you have 2 wins per day now.
Today I had only 1, but yeah, I cannot complain. I mean, today was an exceptionally good day, I think. I don't know why it's going so well, but I guess everything is just clicking for me, and then sometimes I can play some good chess, I guess.
Very good chess and very entertaining chess. Your game against Saric was just, it looked like a bloodbath on the board.
Yeah, that was crazy. I guess I was winning somewhere, but Also, like the previous game was so long, I didn't have, I wasn't as sharp, I would say, and then I got very confused with all the things going on and his rook like going from c3 to a3, and I just couldn't figure things out quite correctly.
Speaking of that rook c3, a3, I wanted to bring your attention to a not so recent game, a certain Pillsbury against Lasker, 1895, 1896. Did you know this game?
No.
You can see his position on the board, and the cool thing was, it was just a similar game, rook c3, rook a3.
Yeah, it's quite amazing. I mean, I haven't seen this game, although maybe I have, but it's just such a long time ago. Like I must have seen it when I was a youth, when I was like very small. But other than that, it doesn't really ring a bell. And yeah, rook a3 here. I guess it's winning for black. I mean, in the game, fortunately, it was not winning for my opponent.
No,
Yeah, so.
not at all. The game was actually very complicated. It was a brilliancy by Lasker. Ended up mating Pillsbury on c5. Very cool game. I recommend you check it out.
I'll check it out.
But let's check out the game there. You destroyed your opponent. You come up with these great ideas. Rook e1, such a well-known position. And today we saw bishop b5, bishop b2 against Saric. We see this bishop b6 here. Where is all this creativity coming from?
Well, I mean, in classical it's very hard to be creative these days because your opponent has a lot of time to think, but in these rapid games you can get away with a lot more things, especially because the opponent just doesn't have the time to refute the dubious lines. So, or like when they're black, they cannot find a way to make a draw all that often. So, I mean, here bishop e6, it's a little bit dubious, but I thought maybe for this game it's gonna be interesting.
It seemed like it fell apart very quickly for him. Where do you think it started to go wrong?
Yeah, I was surprised. I mean, this knight a3, knight c4, I didn't know, but suddenly I just got a very pleasant position and it just collapsed, but I cannot really pinpoint his final mistake. I think he mentioned something along the lines of queen e1 somewhere after me.
You can show it.
Yeah, I think he said c4, he should go queen e1 here. Or queen f1, I couldn't quite understand if he meant queen f1 or queen e1, but at least here he keeps everything together, but nonetheless with all my active pieces I should be much better, although I didn't think it was that much better, but I'm very comfortable here with the black piece, of course.
And how long did it take you to see this beautiful shot, bishop takes g2, basically ending the game?
Yeah, I was actually calculating it in a little bit different line already, like if he makes, instead of c4, if he plays, like, let's say h3 or something, yeah?
Right.
Like, I have this idea of already, and then after c4, he's just basically provoking me to do this bishop takes g2, so I saw it immediately. I was just calculating if it's, like, working or if I'm blundering something, but I guess it's just completely winning for black.
You made it look easy, and the conversion, of course, from here, quite simple. Expectations coming into the tournament, now that we're halfway through the rapid, have they changed?
No, I have still zero expectations, actually. Before this, I had a very tough period in classical chess, so I'm just happy to win some games again, and I'll just see how it goes, but I'm very happy for now.
Absolutely. A great performance so far here for Jordan. Guys, let's go back to the studio. We have plenty of games left in this round.
Well, thank you very much. Again, our congratulations to Jordan. If you look at this game that he just won against Nepo, you say, what did he do wrong? Nothing. If that wasn't a flawless game, I don't know what you could call it. And for a rapid chess, you would be proud to play that well in a classical game.
Yeah, and you know, this algorithm that checking your moves, right? And after that, and some would actually get, if this game, imagine this game played online and you checked black always followed like first and at worst maybe second
right,
choice of an engine. Yeah, arbiter.
Snooper software.
It's Nepomniachtchi to blame that he didn't pose serious problems perhaps.
Exactly. Jumping to the game of Alireza versus
I think we have to go to
Shaq.
Magnus, guys.
Oh, Magnus,
because that
excuse
one
me.
is definitely
Magnus.
on its last legs. It does feel like Magnus is just pulling away from his opponent.
Oh, really? But now he's 2 A pawns ahead.
He took on a4, yes. Instead of b4, he decided to take on a4, but
With
now
the
that
rook?
a pawn is just going down the board. The problem is, whenever you move the queen off the h3 square, I will have enough time to move my rook off the h1 square, and when you return to h3, I can just simply go king to g1.
Exactly.
So that frees up my rook. Anytime you move the queen, I can free up my rook.
Right.
And once I free up my rook, that's the only resource that's not playing right now in the position, then my position is just simply winning.
Exactly. And we do have h5.
Desperation mode. It's time to do something. The problem is whenever you go h4, I go g4.
I know, I was about to say.
Your queen is bye-bye.
Imprison your own queen after h5. So no threat with that move. isn't Queen B5 and A6
that makes a very strong impression, yes.
Yeah. Well, he probably returns the queen, Queen E6.
But then I just get my rook out. Rook to C1.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't even worry about the A2 pawn. If I manage to exchange the A2 pawn for your E5 pawn, I'll take that trade any time of the day.
Absolutely, absolutely you will. With gusto, glee.
No, Queen to B5 just seems to be killing the game right now.
Exactly.
And how are we doing on time?
10 minutes for Magnus, and what is that? 2 minutes for
Lanier.
So that's
not looking good. By the way, we just saw a really flat effort a moment ago by Magnus, and dare we mention it? You know, world champions, they do this all the time. They snap back. A very good victory, should it occur. I mean, it hasn't. It's not game over yet, but defeating Lanier is, yeah, it's nice.
He engaged in the right strategy. We know Lanier is so well prepared, and especially in a rapid time situation, it's very difficult to come back his opening choices. With G3, avoid any sort of theoretical battle. I think this is what Magnus wanted, and he got it, and he was able to easily outplay him after that.
Right. In the game between Wesley So, Veselin Topalov and Wesley So, doesn't feel like Veselin really has done anything whatsoever to perturb Wesley, who, again, he's tied for first, right?
Yeah.
I mean, with Alireza. More or less, he's improved his bishop, he's improved his knight. Heck, he's even improved his rook. And we can imagine that if we get in a couple of moves ourselves, knight d4, bishop c5, Wesley might be the one saying, who stands better? Bishop c5 on the board, tickling f2, g3. Things have changed a lot here, Miro.
Yeah,
a lot.
Well, actually, what happens now? Knight e4 is almost a must, yeah.
And he did
then
it.
You can put the bishop on d4 if you like.
And he did it as well. Very handsome squares. No problem.
Rook comes to f8, knight might return to f4.
Again,
G3. Swapped on c5. Yeah, g3. Okay, so f4 is under control.
Exactly.
But, yeah, how about doubling on
doubling
the
with
f5?
idea?
With idea one day to go knight c5. I know, he goes a6.
Maybe even
then,
better.
Like trading the pawns, going rook a2. If this happens, that's even better scenario.
Exactly. No, Wesley, somehow Wesley has turned the tables here, and I feel he is the one calling the shots. Again, let's just check in on Magnus. Queen e6.
Queen b5, queen e6 happened, yeah. Like
You were expecting rook c1.
I think we will stay with this one, but we have another one that's exploding right now, and it is the one between Alireza and Mamedyarov, because Mamedyarov just simply blundered.
Uh-oh.
He played queen to d3 after rook to b1, allowing this queen trade. And how
Is
do
he
you defend
getting
against all
checkmated?
sorts of checkmates after rook to b8?
Yeah, rook b8 is coming, right?
Isn't that game over? I mean, I understand you go d2 and you get a queen, but you get checkmated in the process.
No, wait a sec. Maybe he goes rook a2 check first.
That's fine.
King goes to the first rank, and then d2 happens.
And knight f2. So we're
But
going
I
to go
don't go to the first rank.
Rook b8.
I go knight to f2.
Rook takes a2
Rook to b8 is on
check.
board.
Rook a2, yeah, you have to go king g1. Yeah.
Or knight f2 is
knight
what he's
f2
saying.
first.
No, but now you can take and then d2, and then you promote with a check. So no, I go king
you
to
probably
g1
go
and then
king
knight to
g1.
f2.
Yes, king g1. Oops, excuse me, I apologize.
Yeah, king to g1, d2. I will
Knight
have
f2.
to play knight f2, and
You'll be
yeah.
happy.
Yasser, who was promoting that the bishop on g8 is a good
Hey,
piece?
but the bishop on f8 is also a good piece.
Yeah, so
just
maybe-
be careful about the 8th rank is the whole point.
This is over.
But there is a tricky move, right? Can I play for
d2.
a perpetual check somehow?
What
No.
perpetual check?
No, I don't have a
I
perpetual.
go rook takes f8.
Yes, I apologize. No perpetual checks.
No, but
Rook b8.
Your move, Yasser, as good as anybody else's in this position because there is no move.
I could lose with the best of them. Rook a2.
Some h5,
King
I don't know.
g1.
Some h5, just
Well,
hoping
let's have
that it's
a look-see.
Helps somehow. I don't believe, honestly, by that point. I don't believe, but yeah, just.
Somehow I don't like just capturing and capturing. So let's just.
Yeah, you probably do this, and you can.
You still have to deal with the back rank weaknesses, don't you? It feels like Alireza is winning.
Completely winning.
Completely winning. Sorry.
Completely winning.
All
Yes.
right.
This is pretty much game over. Mamedyarov will need a miracle. Well, he got one in the game against Topalov today, so he will need another one to save this one.
And he got one on the first day against Saric in
as
this
well.
Rook endgame. Yes,
He's getting a lot of miracles.
He is, for sure.
But let's move back to Magnus because Dominguez is down to his last 40 seconds, I believe, on his clock, with pretty much dead position at this point.
Rook c6, Rook c6.
Queen to f5.
Yeah, and then.
Do I pick up another one? Probably not.
I so want to play the move f4 here, but you can actually take it. It's not like there's a pin along the.
He played it.
He did play f4. Okay.
Yeah. Yasser, you're in top form.
No. I just like. I feel that.
But that position is just simply a technical win.
Yeah,
it is.
Let's
Queen
okay,
h3.
Queen h3.
And
Check
no
on
time.
E5.
Check on e5 very quickly. Magnus was like, "Give me that guy."
Yeah, but wait a second. King
a check.
h7, right?
And then
h2.
You have to
check.
Yeah,
right?
that's
There's still
the tickle.
some intrigue.
That's the tickle. He's done it.
h7's played.
Okay, do we dance to d2? Do we take on h4?
I think I take on h4, right?
You're right. I can.
Or maybe
run away.
king e1. Inviting queen h2, I'll
then
take
you
on
take on
h4. Or you can take twice on g3.
Now,
In
wait a
either
second.
case, I'm trying to
mind that there is some queen h1, queen c6 thing if you go specifically king e1
Very
and
true.
h4.
And we're being told that queen e5 was...
Queen e5 is a blunder.
What?
But the move that was winning, I mean, if this is the only move that was winning...
Rook takes g6 check?
Come on. See how misleading this compute evaluation sometimes is.
It's terrible.
Like we are saying, like, everything's over, right? We are basically misleading people because for this game to be over, like, a simple check on e5, which
everybody will play
plays.
a la
and
tempo. Yeah.
We've seen Magnus with 10 minutes and he is still the world champion and he played it without hesitation and it spoils the win, basically.
That's crazy. By the way, we do have a result. Wesley So, our tournament leader, co-leader, has drawn as black against Veselin Topalov. Topalov bouncing back from a disastrous start, but help me, did Veselin draw all of his games today? I mean, he drew two.
He drew the first one against against Mamedyarov.
Right.
And then with the black pieces, let me
help me out.
Let me help you out. Yes, he did draw against Dominguez, and now
so 3 draws.
Drew as
3 losses, 3 draws.
3 losses, 3 draws.
All right.
Isn't some sort of a pattern so that for
yeah,
tomorrow...
we can expect 3 victories, yeah.
Well, another pattern is that Magnus is just not himself up to this point. We remember also his game against Topalov in the first round. Despite the fact that, sure, he won that game, he didn't win it smoothly.
No.
And he got his usual type of position, grindy position, and then he lost the advantage, allowed his opponent back into the game. We're seeing a pattern right now repeating against Dominguez as well. And he had such a huge time advantage. This is what surprises me the most about this game.
Okay, but the current position, Magnus, let's say, blew it with the move Queen E5. Fine. What should he do? Rook C7, Christian, and just say, okay, go ahead, eat my pawns, and I will go King E1 to D2.
Yes, probably Rook to C7. Yeah, Rook to C7 is a good move. Probably the most testing move in the position.
And how do we assess the position? Because, quite frankly...
Queen takes H2, so you take on H2, you take on G3, and now you try to defend the F7 pawn, either with King to G8, probably with King to G8.
I don't know, Miro. It's
going to be a race. I'm going to go A6, you're going to go H3.
3 results?
It's a 3 results game.
I don't think it's 3 results, because if White wants a draw, he can make a draw.
Yeah. How does White make a draw, force a draw?
After...
Say King G8, I don't know. Or Rook F8.
King G8.
Rook F8.
Rook F8.
Where's
you mean
the forcing
A6,
draw?
H3, A7, H2.
And he's done King
done
E1.
Yeah. Speaking of missed opportunities, I think Firouzja played the move which kind of gives away all the advantage.
Really?
Yes.
After Rook B8?
Yeah,
King H1.
King H1, for whatever reason, not to G1, but to H1. And now, at least according to my not very strong engine that I have on my screen, H5, the move that I was trying to make work. Now it actually works.
Okay, that's the Magnus game. So wow, I mean...
So H5, and okay, and Mamedyarov plays knight D6, after which...
that should be...
That should be
all she wrote. Rook takes.
No, you take on G7. I mean, it's still complicated.
Crazy. Magnus game.
Yes, let's switch to Magnus's game, but just keep in mind that the other one is also very, very entertaining.
Absolutely. They have, by the way, transposed, instead of Rook C7 at once, King E1 at once was Magnus's choice, but they have transposed to the position that we thought was the most challenging, really realistic. And again, this looks like a funky race. I can go Queen F6, force Rook F8. I can get my pawn to A6. You're going to get your pawn to H3. Can I just look at this? Let's say I go Queen
F6.
Queen F6.
There's also this silly check from E3 right after you go Queen F6. So okay. I'm probably forced to go Queen F8 first, or
Rook F8.
Yeah, Rook F8. Sorry. Yeah,
it's
A6.
Okay. A6.
H3, I'd say, and after A7, I'd say here I'm giving you a check. Yeah.
So that you're in time, right?
I don't know. King D1, H2, A8, Queen. No. You can promote. Yeah,
Queen.
Because you're controlling the H1.
Good.
8, Queen.
Wow. He just played Queen takes D4.
D4.
Is he trying to join the Pawn Grubbers Association?
But what if I take?
Not in a good moment, I'm afraid, because now the H-pawn is actually running.
And he did it very quickly. Did linear H3.
Well, he has to, because he has 15 seconds on his clock.
You mean play quickly?
Play quickly, yes.
Same move. Okay, so this is inviting Queen F6, and now you have no Queen E3. And you have to play Rook to F8.
By the way.
But that looks very good for White. Sorry, please.
Yeah, Firouzja is winning. I mean,
completely.
It's shifted one more time. Yeah, and now it's this checkmating pattern.
Is really doing good stuff.
It's a very
and I will show you the difference between King G1 and King H1 after.
Actually,
it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, there's a lot of beautiful motifs there.
Okay.
Let's stay with this one for the moment.
Okay, so H3. And again, I think Magnus is really struggling with this one because Queen F6, threatening mate, will force Rook F8, right? And then this race, he's getting worried about this race, and he might start with a move like, well, he did.
Queen E4 attacks the Rook and covers H1 just in case.
No, don't think about taking my pawn. I have Queen E8, so Rook F8 played
anyway.
very quickly. And once
Now
more,
A6,
you start to
right?
look at A6, right?
Let's push.
A6, A7, and this queen is ideal. And
I
maybe
think we're going to see
the rook will come back also to the first rank too.
A6, H2, A7, A1, H1. You take on H1, I take on F4. I pick up your rook, and then we get 3 versus 2 in a queen's endgame.
No, I don't like that. So I'm thinking after rook F8, A6, H2, rook C1.
Wait, you don't like that with white or with black?
With white.
Really?
H2, yeah, I don't, I like
You have
my
an extra
king.
pawn, though. A very strong extra pawn on the A file.
I'm expecting Magnus to play the move rook C1 just to take away
So
that.
you want more, is what you're saying. But what if I go queen to G1 now? You don't have A7 anymore.
Okay, so it's kind of a mutual standoff there. Queen G1, Queen E3.
No, but then I
how
can
many-
take on C1.
Yeah. Then
Oh, you
queen
take
C1.
on C1.
You're in trouble.
No,
That's-
no,
yeah,
I have to Queen H1. Yeah, Queen G1. Well, here's the moment. I mean, he could play A7 and allow the loss of the F4 pawn.
And Magnus is down to his last 30 seconds as well.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
He
And
already
he's done
flagged
it.
once
He's
today.
played A7, allowing
I think
the
that's
move.
the practical choice, guys.
You think so?
Yes, I mean 3 versus 2 with the queens on the board is going to be very difficult for the defender, I think.
Well, White's king is going to be exposed in this queen ending too. It's not going to
5
be.
seconds for Lanier. He has to make a move.
And he's done it. What you said, queen.
Queen F4 check, so king D1 apparently.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
What do we do? Or
Yes,
he's
king to
looking
D1.
for king D1
King D1.
makes the most sense.
Again, how much time does?
Yeah, it's seconds, literally
Right?
seconds, like 20 seconds versus 20 seconds.
Wow. Okay, so we got to take the rook.
So you can take
Yes,
Oh,
but
absolutely.
white
By the
promotes.
way, Queen A4 check.
Queen
Why do
A4
we
check,
have to
what's
take the rook?
Hang on. Ah, yeah, right. We are not forced to allow the promotion, right?
Yeah.
So now you have what? You have.
Oh my goodness, we
check.
have another check.
Now
You have to take that rook at some point, right? You cannot leave the rook hanging.
Well,
I mean,
I don't have to take the A pawn though. I can just play Queen takes A2.
Yeah.
No, but then leaving the A7 pawn like that, I think that's a worse version for you.
Queen A5 check.
Okay, there is nothing wrong with Queen F1, King F1, right?
Then I have
Hopefully.
a Queen F5 check or Queen F3. I see.
Yeah. So finally, I'll escape.
King F1 is on the board.
Right.
Perpetual or whatever it is. Wait a second. Can he take, and the moment White promotes...
He's done it.
Yeah, the moment White promotes, can he go for Queen C1? Isn't it an improvement? Yeah, he actually does it, right?
In that move order, yeah. And now back to C5.
Back to
He's trying to
C5,
force
you
another
can never
weakness
go
with
to the, the long
Right.
diagonal. So
Right, you can't
so
go
you
to
have-
King G2, for
Yeah,
example.
you have
and-
very limited options of
Right.
escaping those checks.
So King
And
G3.
E3, that's Queen C2.
But okay, E3, Queen C2, King G3. Oh, but
That's
then
what
you
he's
go
doing,
Queen
yeah.
C7 check.
Yeah, I mean, it's
This
a
is
lot-
pretty.
An awful lot of checks.
I'm actually not picking up the queen.
Not taking the queen is a kind of a funny moment. Look, he's done it. I tell you, with no time on their clock, both players are coming up with some devilishly great moves.
They're good, aren't they? We're having
my
some
goodness.
lag problems right now, unfortunately. We apologize for that.
And by the way, crazy things are still happening in Firouzja's game. I don't understand anything. I feel like
At some point it was to say plus 50 for Firouzja. I don't know whatever it means, and now it says equal and possibly,
of course, 0-0 or something. What the heck? I thought we were saying miracles. How many miracles can Shaq possibly cash in? What?
I'm no longer sure if he's not gonna win because it's such a sharp game.
This king
might win this one.
was mated on H8 10 moves ago.
Yeah, that's the same king that had to be checkmated on H8, absolutely.
Right?
The Firouzja down to his last 8 seconds.
Oh my gosh, this is where you just hate yourself like you've
You
done
have to make a
everything
move.
wrong. Knight
Alireza, 2
F3.
seconds on the clock.
2 seconds. Oh my gosh. So how many miracles has Shaq received so far in this tournament?
A couple, right?
At least a couple up to this point.
Wow.
We might be seeing the third one.
Can I have another?
Yeah.
Rook check.
What's
king
better than
G2?
2 miracles?
3.
And this is a full point miracle if he manages to win this
He
one.
manages to win, yeah.
If he manages to win.
And by the way, this is another incredibly tricky move, this move, knight d6. Why did he...
Okay, all right. I see that knight coming to c4, but...
Wait a second, what's
Rook
that?
takes d5, king e2. No,
I'm
what?
not really sure what he's looking for.
Amazing.
Okay, so Linear Dominguez
save.
saves for a draw against Magnus Carlsen.
Wow.
Magnus is not happy.
Wow. And something crazy is going on in this game as well.
I have to say,
I think
we're going to see a draw.
So uncharacteristic of Magnus not winning such positions, right?
And how do you explain
Alireza's
King
game,
E1.
I can't explain it at all. What's that?
King E1?
It's a draw. You can't take on F3.
And then
apparently.
h4. Yeah.
Ah, you can. Right?
No, you can take on f3 and then h4.
Yes,
But
that's what I thought.
You probably don't need to, right?
I think he's playing for a win. I think Shaq is playing for a win.
Does he have objective reasons to do so? I don't think so. It's
Well,
just that, on the other hand, with the A pawn,
precisely
you
so.
can't really risk anything.
Right, the A pawn, but Shaq
Yeah, like
is...
King D3, I'm not sure. I like
Is,
it. I'll still be looking for ways to like save,
Well, this knight on
be
E3
safe.
is fantastic because
absolutely.
G4, F5 are both prevented. Let's start with the obvious there. The knight on E3 is good, but
Okay, so now
I have to go H4.
H4, I think, just makes a draw, right?
Yeah, feels that
Again,
way.
guys, I don't think he's going for a draw. I think Shaq wants more.
How do you get more here?
Who was it? I think it was Levon who came after this type of miracles, and he was like, I got used to draw miracles. I want full point miracles.
Right. Right.
And this is what maybe Mamedyarov is looking for.
One of the things that makes these players so extraordinary is their ability to change their perspective from I'm fighting to a draw. Oh, now I'm going to play for a win.
Yeah.
And I remember very, very well, I was in Prague. Garry Kasparov had challenged the entire Czech Olympic team. He would play the Czech Olympic team simultaneously. And the event occurred over a few days. And in one of the matches, he was getting killed. Absolutely, absolutely getting killed. And then, miracle of miracles, he had an opportunity. He saved the match. He made a draw. And he said to me immediately after dinner, I think I had a winning chance. And I was like, Garry,
you should be grateful.
You should be so grateful. Yeah, but I had a chance to win. You're right, but I had a chance to win.
6 seconds for Mamedyarov.
Knight takes
Speaking of-
F4.
yeah,
No!
I actually don't like what he's doing.
What
is he
is
doing
that?
right now?
Was that a good... No.
Knight
Check. Wait a
No.
second.
Knight d4.
Knight
D4? Can't I queen on H8?
I think you're queening first.
Yes.
Yeah, you just
Knight takes
say.
D4 and H4.
What is this? Well, you can definitely go king d5 and...
H5, king E6, but then king F3, king is in the square.
Exactly.
And those pawns, they are indirectly protecting each other.
Oh
yes,
my
he's
God,
lost.
this is winning.
He's lost.
He's lost. Knight D4, just
Knight
take on
D4
D4.
wins.
This is a win
Will he
for
see it?
Alireza. If
He's
he
done
takes
it.
F5?
I don't think that wins.
one. No, it's a right one. Yeah, because just king supports and...
Oh.
What a game. What a game.
That was crazy.
That was... Can we
That
look
was a
at this?
close miracle. Now, this was a game that was checkmate. How did he escape this checkmate? Because it was such a beauty. Right here, we had left it.
Yeah, so after king
and
H1...
after knight D6, came knight takes G7. And
Yeah,
what a
so
visual.
Knight D6, by the way, is a mistake.
I believe you.
Yeah.
But
Knight
then the
G7.
idea was if you take the knight, I guess it's knight H6? Is that the idea?
F6, maybe?
or knight f6?
Knight f6 I like more, yes, you know. I don't know for whatever reason, but knight
Aesthetics?
f6,
That's a pretty.
That's a nice checkmate.
Okay, so it looks like it's game over. He plays knight b5.
Knight b5, which is a bad move, by the way.
Okay. Do you need... Okay. Ah.
You're saying like you understand what's
What
happening.
h5?
Who understands what's happening in this position? Because it's not
Knight f5. He could have
yeah,
taken and taken on, taken with check and taken on f8, right? But he didn't do this. What?
Bishop f7 is the only move not to get checkmated, because king g6, knight h4. Have you ever checkmated somebody with knight h4 move? Yes, I don't think so. Maybe with black, but certainly not with white. Yeah. So you need rook f7. Wow, wow, wow.
What
and then
the-
he captures, and it was still winning here, right?
This was the double...
So knight h2 was terrible. And what was the solution instead of knight e4 check?
Yeah, right. e4 check.
Such an obvious move.
Right? Knight h2. And crazy, crazy, crazy. And it was almost a miracle that was not to be. Wow. How many decisive games was that in this round, by the way? There was 2, I believe.
Only 2.
Yeah.
Only 2.
At the end. But thanks to his victory, that means my horse pulls ahead. Alireza, as Wesley So could only draw, and Alireza won a standard.
Yeah, so look.
Standard victory. So, who's on top after 6 rounds, Miro?
In a way, yeah. Not much has changed at the very top, right? It's Alireza Firouzja leading with 9 points overall, with 2 draws and a win against Mamedyarov today. Wesley So and Jordan Foreest are trailing 1 point each.
Our leaders all did the same thing. 2 draws and a win apiece.
All of them. Magnus Carlsen fell behind.
Excuse me. Jordan doing incredibly well. MVL 3 draws, not what we expect from MVL, but there was Magnus. And let's jump to Zagreb. Oh,
First,
let's see.
we gotta check the picks.
We gotta take the picks.
You must be happy about that.
Welcome,
okay.
Miro.
Yeah, well, that's brilliant. Yeah, but why do we have 2 Carlsens? That's unfair.
2 Carlsens.
It's okay. We're just warming up.
Let's jump to Zagreb for some final thoughts of yet another eventful round with Anastasia and Alejandro.
Guys, what a round that we had here to finish the day. For me personally, the story of the day was the same as yesterday. Alireza leads, but Magnus Carlsen makes the headlines. What a terrible day he had of chess today.
Exactly, he made only 1 point out of 3, right? And losing this game against Shahriar Mamedyarov, it's not often that he also loses on time. So it's really difficult to see him in such a situation. I think he's still emotional. I think this was a really big blow yesterday he made for himself. So what do you think, Alejandro?
I think he'll need to bounce back. I mean, he's the best one at that, to pick himself up after a bad day, win a bunch of them in a row to try to catch up with the leaders. But right now, Rapids count for double, and that means there's a bit of a difference between Alireza's score and Magnus's. There's a lot of catch-up to be done, and only 1 day of Rapid left.
Yeah, and Jordan showed a very good result today. I mean, all his games, I mean, he had the advantage and actually won the last one. Such an impressive score today. And also, I would like actually to mention that we have a birthday today. Yes, we have the General Director of Grand Chess Tour has birthday. And we are congratulating him, all of us, and wish him all the best, of course. And that's also was a good news for today.
Absolutely. Happy birthday, Michael. Well, that was a great day of chess for us. Loved commentating on it. Guys, back to you. That was a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you both. An interesting perspective that Magnus steals the headlines again.
Yeah.
Alireza is doing great, but Magnus's score, yeah, that was something, Cristian, all right.
No, for me it was, and I highlighted this at the beginning of the show, it was the day for the young guns. That is Alireza and Jordan. These are the players that right now are impressing me the most. Alireza, maybe some hiccups along the way, but he got the job done against Mamedyarov in the last one, and Jordan, just impressive preparation all together. He could have even scored more and potentially caught up with Alireza if he would have won that game against Ivan Saric. So definitely these are the two players that I'm having my eyes on right now. Still a lot of games to play, a lot of Rapid tomorrow, 3 more rounds, and then 18 rounds of Blitz to come. So a lot of chess to be played still.
Absolutely, Cristian.
Did he just say 80?
18. Very nice. Well, thank you very much for joining us for today's round. We certainly enjoyed our presentation, and tomorrow we'll do it all again as same time, same channel. 3 games of Rapid coming up on day 3. Miro, it's been wonderful. My pleasure.
Yeah, thanks very much, and see you tomorrow, guys.
Good night, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.